The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Hello, welcome everybody to our January 19th meeting. Does anybody have any items that they would like to address the board before we go into closed session? Ms. Armstrong?
Yes, we have two, and Kimberly Freeberg.
Very good. Hi, Kimberly.
Hello, President Freitas, members of the board, and Superintendent Washer.
Hello.
I'd like to remind the board that when we're talking about negotiations in closed session, that you are talking about a contract from a year that has come and gone, where staff has gone above and beyond for their students, and we want to see if you guys will go above and beyond for us. My second grade class today read Mr. Tannen's Tight Trouble, where he teaches that the more you give, the more you get. I know many teachers who are giving all they can, but definitely not getting the same from the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. Who's next, Mrs. Armstrong?
Next is Michelle Orgon.
Hi, Michelle.
Good evening, President Freitas, members of the board, and Dr. Washer, and LUSD community. LEA has voted down and to reject the latest TA. Our membership is very disappointed in the district not returning to the table to continue negotiations. We believe that with carryovers and the state's budget and outlook, that things are not as bleak as has been reported. The district, we believe, has enough in reserves, and a healthy reserve at that, and money for ongoing monies to be added to teacher salaries to recruit and retain our highly qualified teachers in LUSD. As you heard from one of our teachers just now, they have, as you know, gone above and beyond in the previous years. We would like to continue with meeting and negotiating with this, and now with the new governor's proposal and knowing the teacher shortage that we do face, we would hope that we would return to discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Is there any other items before we adjourn to closed session? Seeing none, let's adjourn to closed session.
Mr. Freitas,
Yes, Mr. Neely.
I do not have a separate tab to go to closed session. Did not receive an email. So can you tell somebody there I need a link to go to closed session?
They're resending it as we speak.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
then.
Mr. Neely.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
All right, am I on with everybody now? Okay, thank you very much for all your help.
Did you talk? Can I hear you? I'm good to go. I'm on mute. How's that?
Is ready?
I'm muted.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. I red button and I press. You're not muted now. I can hear you. Can you hear me now? Yeah. No? Yeah, I'm pressing the red button and I'm red here. Yeah. I'm not done. Try hitting green. Yeah, you're picking up on. I'll just
How am I doing now? Very good. Okay, we're on.
Ready? Can you give us a count? All set? Meeting will please come to order. This is the Capital Facilities Corporation meeting of January 19th, 2021. The meeting will come to order and roll call will be 5 members present, 2 on a remote, Mr. Knaxet and Mr. Neely. Board of Directors organization, election of 2021 officers will be verbal roll call vote on the Board of Directors. The 2021 President Board of Directors, Mr. Ron Freitas. We need a vote, right? Okay, well, just give me a vote on the Mr. Freitas, Mr. Neely,
Aye.
Mr. Heberly.
Aye.
Okay, Ms. McFarland,
Aye.
Mr. Porter,
Aye.
Mr. Knaxak,
Aye.
and Mr. Freitas. And Mr. Nava, aye. Motion carries. You are the president for 2021, Mr. Freitas. You're on.
thank you, former President Nava. We also have to elect, our first point of business is electing 3 other officers. So can I have a nomination for our 2021 Vice President for the Capital Facilities Corporation?
Mr. President,
Yes,
I motion that we approve Sue McFarland, please.
thank you, Mr. Heberly, for that motion. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Porter, for your second. All in favor of Sue McFarland as the Vice President, say aye.
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 All opposed?
Roll call vote.
It's unanimous. So I don't know what a roll call would accomplish. The record is unanimous. If we had a 6-1, I would take a roll call, but we're 7-0. All right. Can I have a nomination, Ms. McFarland, for the Secretary of the Board of Directors for the Capital Facilities Corporation, please?
Yes, I'd like to nominate Mr. Porter.
Thank you for that nomination. Can I have a second to that
I'll
nomination?
second that.
Thank you, Mr. Neely, for that second. Any other nominations? Call for the vote. All in favor of Mr. Porter being the Secretary for the Board of Directors, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Mr. Porter is the new Capital Facilities Corporation Secretary. Can I have a nomination for the Chief Financial Officer for the Capital Facilities Corporation?
Mr. Fraser.
Yes.
Nominate Mr. Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Neely, for that nomination. Is there a
Second.
second? Thank you, Mr. Nava, for that second. Any other nominations for Chief Financial Officer? Seeing none, I call for the vote. All in favor of Mr. Khan being the Chief Financial Officer, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Mr. 7-0. Congratulations, Mr. Khan. You are the Chief Financial Officer of the Capital Facilities Corporation. We have 2 action items on tonight's Capital Facilities Corporation agenda. And these are items A1 and A2, and it's approving the minutes from 2020 and 2019. Can I have a motion as to these items?
Move to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Nava, for your motion. Thank you, Mr. Neely, for your second to approve items A1 and A2. Any further comment? Call for the vote. All in favor of action items A1 and A2, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0, approving action items A1 and A2. Reports, Mr. Khan. I know you're newly elected, but I'm sure you're prepared as always to provide us with a report as to our Capital Facilities Corporation.
Thank you, President Nava, members of the board, Dr. Thank you, President Freitas, members of the board. And I thought about that right before I said it, and I still went on autopilot.
I tell you what, anytime I'm mistaken for Mr. Nava, it's a very good thing. I have absolutely no problems with that. So very good.
Apologies, President Freitas. President Freitas, members of the board, Dr. Washer. I don't really have a report. This is just an informational item informing the board that the remaining balance on its outstanding COPS is roughly $10 million. The board has plenty of money, as it may well remember, to cover all those full sums in its Fund 56 debt service fund. I'd be happy to answer any questions about the
Any members of the board? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Khan, for that report. Any other further business for the Capital Facilities Corporation meeting? And no public comment. And then we will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Ms. Thank you, Ms. McFarland, for that motion to adjourn. Thank you, Mr. Nava, for your second. All in favor of adjourning, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 7-0. The Capital Facilities Corporation meeting is hereby adjourned. Ready, set, go. Okay. At this time, I'd like to call, do we have an open mic? Do we have an open mic? I'm getting quiet in it. No? And do we start a new recording, or we're doing? Very good. Okay. Welcome everybody to our January 19th meeting for 2021. This is our first meeting for 2021. We hope everyone had a wonderful new year and a very safe holiday. We have our roll call. All board members are present, with 2 appearing electronically, being Mr. Kedekstad and Mr. Neely. We're also joined today with our student representatives. We have Emma Glanville, Bear Creek High School. Hi, Emma, are you there?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
here.
Thank you, Emma. And we also have Haley S. Corpiso from Ronald McNair High School. Hi, Haley, are you there?
Hi.
Very good. Welcome, student representatives, to our meeting. Thank you for being here tonight. And Haley, could you do us a favor, please, and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Haley.
You're welcome.
I'd like to start tonight's meeting with a moment of silence. Carrie Song was a special education paraeducator from Ansel Adams, who had a 30-year history with the district. She passed away on Saturday, January 2nd, and her accomplishments were great, and she will be very greatly missed. Also, I'd like to have a moment of silence. Yesterday, the Sacramento Sheriff's Department suffered 3 of its employees being shot in 2 separate shootings. One of the deputies that was involved in a car stop was killed, as was his K9. The 2 other deputies that were shot are expected to survive. It is a reminder of the dangerousness of their jobs and the great service that they provide us. So for these deputies and for Carrie Song, can we please have a moment of silence in respect for them? Thank you. And reporting on actions from closed session, the board has nothing to report. As for recognitions, Dr. Washer, I believe you have some recognitions on our agenda tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Freitas, members of the board. We do have a very special recognition for Colleen Guidi. She's a teacher in our district, and she has earned a very prestigious certification. Colleen Guidi is in her 23rd year of teaching. She has taught at Larson Elementary, Silva Elementary, Wagner Holt, and now teaches 2nd grade at Oakwood Elementary School. She has also spent some time teaching outside of Lodi Unified at Aspire, Manteca, and Clovis. She has earned the recognition of becoming a National Board Certified Teacher. To earn this certification, teachers engage in a rigorous and reflective process focused on improving instructional practices. This program was designed to develop, retain, and recognize accomplished teachers, as well as generate ongoing improvements in schools nationwide. I know that we all want to congratulate her and recognize her for this great accomplishment. This is no easy task to become a National Board Certified Teacher. It is very time consuming. It is something that teachers have to put a lot of effort into. It is with academics as also practical instructional practices, and it is an accomplishment that deserves recognition from the board. We also have a LEA representative who would like to congratulate Colleen, provide a little bit more information. So I'm going to ask Michelle Armstrong to invite the LEA rep to make some comments. We seem to be having a little trouble connecting, so I'm going to see if Colleen Guidi would like to make a few comments before the board makes their comments.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I just am greatly honored by this recognition. I'm thankful to you, Dr. Washer, and the entire board for taking a few moments of a very busy night to say something kind about me. I couldn't have done this alone. I'm very fortunate to have taught with some amazing people that supported me along the way. And I'm pretty lucky to have a crazy, amazing family that were probably not muted for a second ago. Sorry about that. But it is a great honor, and I'm just very appreciative of your time this evening. So thank you.
Thank you. And I know that President Freitas and other members of the board would like to make some comments as well.
Colleen, congratulations. This is no small accomplishment, as Dr. Washer said. We are very, very proud of you, and we thank you for taking this task on and doing so much for our kids. We cannot thank you enough and congratulate you for this outstanding job. Do we have other members of the board? Mr. Nava?
Yes, congratulations, Colleen. God, I know you're at one of my schools that I represent, and that's Oakwood. I know you were at Manlo Silva, and you were at Wagner Holtz. All those schools that I visit, I saw you there, and I think at one time he asked me, he says, "You know me?" And I said, "Yeah, I have an acquaintance with my daughter and her are pretty good friends." So congratulations, Colleen, for the great work that you're doing for Lodi Unified School District.
Other members of the board?
Mr. Freitas, Mr. Neely.
Yes, Mr. Neely.
Hey, Colleen, I just wanted to thank you so much. I know that it's been a tough road. It takes a long time and it takes a lot of dedication. Thank you for putting that into the program, and thank you for everything you do for your kids. We really, really appreciate it. And that's all, Mr. Freitas.
Ms. McFarland?
Great, thank you. Can you hear me? No? Yes?
Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to tell you congratulations. I can't imagine taking on Zoom, trying to finish this project and tending to your family and all that came in front of you in order to complete this monumental task. So congratulations, well done. And we as a district are fortunate to have you. Thank you.
Mr. Freitas?
Thank you, Mr. McFarland.
Yeah.
Mr. Heberly?
Thank you. Make it short and sweet. Colleen, thank you very much for your dedication. And again, congratulations. Job well done.
Mr. Freitas?
It's a tremendous amount of work that you put into that. And I'm very proud of what you've been able to accomplish. And I know that you are just spinning on tips of your toes. That is an unbelievable accomplishment. Congratulations.
Mr. Porter. Mr. Knaxet?
Yeah, I also just want to say way to go, Colleen. The amount of effort it took to accomplish this is mind-boggling. Nice going. Thanks for doing that.
All right, and it's also my understanding that Lori Solis from LEA is available now. So can we go to Lori?
Thank you. My name is Lori Solis, and tonight I'm speaking as a representative for the local network for National Board for the Professional Teaching Standards. It's my honor to present virtually Colleen Guidi with her pin as a National Board Certified Teacher and congratulate her on this distinguished accomplishment. Board certification is a voluntary advanced certification where candidates must exhibit a deep understanding of their students, content knowledge, use of data and assessment, and their teaching practice. It's the process of becoming a reflective practitioner. They must successfully demonstrate accomplished teaching by completing 4 components, constantly analyzing, evaluating, reflecting on student learning as a result of their teaching. National Board standards define what accomplished teachers should know and be able to do in 25 different certificate areas. They cover 16 different subject areas and 4 developmental levels. and they're applicable to most teachers in US schools. Colleen is certified in the area of early and middle childhood literacy, which encompasses ages 3 to 12 years old in the area of literacy development. Teachers who've gone through National Board certification say that it is the most valuable and transformative professional development they have ever received. The opportunity to connect professional learning with a teacher's individual classroom practice is what brings life to each teacher's certification experience. It is unique to the practitioner and to the needs of their individual students. So it's my honor to congratulate Colleen Guidi, National Board Certified Teacher, on her accomplishment.
Thank you, Lori. Very well said. All right. And thank you once again, Colleen, for doing this and take this on. Job very, very well done. Much appreciated. Okay, next on the agenda is a public hearing. So really, okay, Dr. Washer, go ahead.
Thank you, President Freitas, members of the board. It is Board Recognition and Appreciation Month, and I would like to read a proclamation. Whereas an excellent public education system is vital to the quality of life for all California citizens and communities. And whereas local school board members are committed to children and believe that all children can be successful learners. And whereas school board members are responsible for building and maintaining the structure that provides a solid foundation for our school system in alignment with a myriad of state and federal regulations. And whereas our public education system has faced unprecedented circumstances this past year as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas our local school boards acted immediately to ensure our children's academic, social, emotional, physical, and mental health needs continue to be addressed at a time when students need consistent services most. Now, therefore, I, Kathy Nichols Washer, Superintendent of Lodi Unified School District, on behalf of the district, do hereby declare my appreciation to the members of the Lodi Unified School Board and proclaim the month of January 2021 as School Board Recognition Month in Lodi Unified School District. And I would like to say that I greatly appreciate each and every one of you individually and collectively as a board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Washer, and thank you very much for this proclamation. We've said this many different times. None of us do this for the recognition, and all of us do this because of this. This is a labor of love for us, and that we do care so much about our kids. This is very, very much appreciated, and I know I greatly appreciate it, as do my colleagues on the board. Thank you. All right. Moving on. I declare open the public hearing for reopeners for the California School Employees Association for the successor agreement for 2023. Mr. McKilligan. Very good. Any comments from the board? Any comments from the public? With that, I will close the public hearing for the reopeners. Dr. Washer, our superintendent's report.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. The Lodi Rotary Club has once again generously gifted our Lodi schools with dictionaries for third grade students. Many teachers have already distributed the dictionaries to their students at the same time they distributed other classroom materials. And you might think that dictionaries, hard or hold in your hand dictionaries, printed material is outdated or something that children are not interested in anymore. That is not true. They continue to love to receive these dictionaries and they use them quite often. In the fall, Stockton schools receive dictionaries for their third grade students, courtesy of the Stockton Elks Club. And we thank both of the service groups for that. I also want to mention that the Got Kids Foundation continues to serve students in our district through the Keeping Kids Connected campaign. This is an effort to provide fun activities, items for children as they're home doing their distance learning. Many things have been distributed to Stockton area schools, water bottles, flyer discs, small balls, exercise bands. And we'll also now start with Lodi area schools, and more items are being purchased as we speak to make sure that we get some deliveries out to our Lodi area schools as well. So thank you to those who have donated to this. I know that our community has stepped up. We've received grants, local grants from our community, as well as from businesses and personal donations. So thank you to all who have donated for that. We know that there have been a lot of changes at the state level with budget and with health pandemic issues, and we continue to monitor those closely. The governor's budget proposal has come out, and we are analyzing that very carefully. There's hope and there's questions both in that governor's proposal, and we need to make sure that things are analyzed very carefully to make sure that we know exactly what to expect, at least in terms of proposal. It is important to keep in mind that it is a proposal and it needs to go through the process of legislative action, and that does take a while. We know that in that budget, the trailer bill language has some specific articles geared towards in-person instruction, and that is later on the agenda in a report item that we will talk about. I just want to make sure everyone knows that those are available through the state websites, through our websites information, and we will bring you more as we know. I also want to let you know that we are monitoring closely the condition of the health pandemic in our area. There is a new category or new tier that has been designated. Purple has been split up into, now there's deep purple, which we are in, the lowest of the low, I suppose, of the purples. And also there's information coming out about vaccines. We will get that out to our folks as soon as we know. We do know that for the education sector, the County Office of Education will handle the logistics for that. They will be receiving the vaccination products and will be setting up schedules for all the districts in the county, employees who wish to take advantage of that opportunity going to the county to get vaccinated. We believe that that will start sometime early February through mid-March. That is still to be determined. Our county is still in the first phase where they are taking care of first line responders and healthcare providers. So as soon as we get more information, we will make sure that our community knows about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lodi Rotary. Thank you, God Kids. And thank you, Dr. Washer, for that other information about the governor's budget and public health. I guess you know you got it pretty bad when they make a new category that's even worse than the category that you were in before. So, thank you for that information. At this point in our meeting, we have comments from the public. The 20-minute time period has been set aside for the public to address the board on items not listed on the agenda. Each public speaker shall limit his or her comments to 3 minutes due to restrictions imposed by the California Brown Act regarding discussing topics that are not on the agenda. Board members may not engage with dialogue about the issue. Ms. Armstrong, how many individuals do we have signed up?
Hi, we have 16 tonight.
All right. I would propose that we extend the 20-minute time period to 30 minutes and see where that gets us from there. Seeing no objections, why don't we take our first caller, Ms. Armstrong?
First is Julie Childress.
Very good. Hi, Julie.
Hi, board. This is Julie Childress. I'm a teacher with the district. I just wanted to say that the teachers go above and beyond on a daily basis for our students and staff, and we want to see the district do what's right by its employees. We're asking for COLA, which was given to the district to pass on to staff, and we're just asking that that be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julie. Ms. Armstrong, can we have our next speaker, please?
Next is Kimberly Freeberg.
Hi, Kimberly.
Good evening again, President Freitas, members of the board, and Superintendent Washer. It still amazes me that we are negotiating a contract that is already over for that school year of 1920. The reserves are high. Why not use them to keep the fantastic staff that you have and compensate us? Other school districts are giving bonuses to their teachers and isn't offered in a contract, it's a bonus. Other districts are choosing their employees and supporting them, but here in Lodi, we are fighting for what's fair, COLA. I now make a couple $100 more than I did last year because our health insurance has increased, and when that increases, our salary should be increased as well. The tentative agreement was voted down twice for a reason that is not a fair contract. Please set the example for your students, families, and teachers and do what is right and support your staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kimberly. Ms. Armstrong, who's next?
Estella Ashlam.
Estella? Go ahead, please.
Estella, it looks like you're self-muted.
Yes. Okay, sorry, I'm new to this technology. Can you hear me now?
Doing it for a long time and it still doesn't get easy.
Oh, that kind of scares me, but I'll go ahead. Thank you. Let me start by saying good evening, Dr. Washer, President Freitas, and members of the board. My name is Estella O'Shallam. I have worked in Lodi Unified at Murata Middle for 30 years. I have enjoyed working at Murata. I love helping the kids. Our principal, Ms. Godina, works hard, treats us respectfully, and verbally thanks all of us for our hard work. I was a middle school department chairperson for 10 years. Imagine my shock when we were told by our colleagues that middle school department chairs were not needed by you. After all the hard work, and you didn't even acknowledge that we were useful. Currently, without middle school department chairs, departments are not running smoothly. Not because administration is not working hard, but because they already have so many things on their plates, and now the departments have also been fully added. We are all willing to help, but who wants to do a job that you have decided is not useful? Please talk to our administrators. We have been very useful. I do not think it's asking too much of you to reinstate middle school department chairs. Give us the respect we have earned with all our work, and yes, pay us for our extra efforts. It is no less than you would expect. With mutual respect, we can do so much more for our students. Thank you for listening.
Next, we have Dana Nelson.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Okay, good evening, Dr. Washer, President Freitas, and members of the board. My name is Dana Nelson. I'm a credentialed teacher in my 3rd year of teaching 7th grade science at Lodi Middle School. I'm here today to address the need for fair stipends for department heads at the middle school level. During my teaching career thus far, I have had the honor of working under 2 exemplary department heads, both at Christa McAuliffe Middle School and at Lodi Middle School. I'm here today to explain to you how important these department heads have been to me as a developing educator and to the schools that I've had the honor to work at. The best way to explain what department heads mean to a school and to new teachers is through a science analogy. Imagine the admin and office staff represent the brain. They make major decisions for the school, coordinate events, policies, and materials, and they communicate with parents, students, and staff. The teachers at each site represent all of the nerves. They are in direct contact with students, supporting their social, emotional, and academic success through their mentorship, differentiated lesson plans, grading, participation in meetings, and communication with students' families. The department heads are the spinal cord. The spinal cord, our department heads communicate messages from the brain to the nerves and vice versa. They provide mentorship, collaboration, moral support to new teachers. They create community amongst the teachers in their department, make sure that school policies and decisions are followed with efficiency, all the while running their own classrooms. They are the glue that keeps our school together. Their communication with the brain, the office staff, and admin, and their influence over the teachers, the nerves in their department directly affects the social, emotional, and academic success of our students. Without them, there's little effective communication or coordination between the teachers and the admin and office staff, rendering the nervous system of our schools ineffective. Without them, there's a breakdown in a sense of community of the school that directly affects both students and their families. Now, more than ever, our community and schools need the leadership, mentorship, and support provided by our department heads. On behalf of all new teachers, I hope that the district and LEA can come together to resolve the financial inadequacies for middle school department heads. Thank you, Dr. Washer, President Freitas, and members of the board for taking time to listen to my concerns. Let us do what is best for our schools, community, and most importantly, for our students.
Next, we have Jamie Anaforian.
Am I there? Yes, it's Anaforian. And good evening, Dr. Washer, President Freitas, and board members. My name is Jamie Anaforian, and I'm a teacher at Tokay High School. After 29 years of teaching, this year has been the hardest one ever. I just spent 90 minutes planning, creating, and posting one lesson for one class for one of the 3 subjects I teach. Year for year, I have earned less money because of the rising cost of living, the increased healthcare, and increased tuition costs for myself and my sons. I voted no on the tentative agreement both times because I feel we deserve the COLA the district received on our behalf last year. I urge you to please consider that. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Jamie. Ms. Armstrong?
Next is Maria Smith.
All right, Maria.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes, thank you. Good evening, Dr. Washer, President Freitas, and board members. My name is Maria Smith, and I am a teacher at John Muir. When I decided to talk at tonight's meeting, I had to think about what I would say. To condense my words into 3 minutes, despite the fact that each board member is given endless time to talk about each agenda item. Do I talk about the disrespect that we have received from board members who are supposed to be on our team? The eye rollings as we talk, the smirks, the comments where we are left saying, did they really just say that? Only to have comments edited out of the meeting before it is posted for the public on YouTube. Please know that we see you and we hear you. But no, what I am here to do is to ask you to do the right thing. The state government understands that the cost of living increases. Home prices go up. Rent goes up. Gasoline prices go up. The cost of food goes up. Insurance goes up. Just this month, I actually had an increase in my health care, which covers our family of 3, of over $152. So over the year, I will bring home about $1,822 less. Since I am in year 21 of service and will not go to the last step on the pay scale until year 25, I will bring home around $5,488 less over the next 3 years. Why isn't there something done to help with this cut in take-home pay? Oh wait, there is. It's called COLA. The government understands that the cost of living goes up and gives their employees COLA. However, the district has decided that it needs that money. You have over $80 million in reserves, but you need the money? Shame on you. COLA is meant for the workers, not to give the district more cushion in their budget. It is not too late. Do the right thing and give us the COLA that was intended for us. While you are at it, please also resolve the 2019-2020 contract so that we can move forward. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Tara Spagnola.
All right, Tara, you're on.
Dr. Washer and board members, our family's medical premiums through Lodi Unified increased by $3,600 a year. Being offered $1,000 one-time stipend is an insult. Do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Tara. Ms. Armstrong?
Next is Amy Borland.
All right, Amy, you're on.
Amy?
Okay, I think I'm good.
Good job, Amy.
All right, good evening, everyone. My name is Amy Borland, and I teach second grade at Larson Elementary School. I'm here to say that I deserve the cost of living adjustment that the district has already received on my behalf for the 2019-2020 school year. And I deserve a fair contract for this school year. It's time for Lodi Unified to do the right thing. Thank you for listening.
Very nice. Thank you, Amy. Ms. Armstrong?
Next is Ann Swally Garcia.
All right, Ann.
Hi, this is Ann Suela Garcia, and I was going to talk about how I also took a pay cut with my insurance, but basically it's the same thing, except I've been teaching 31 years, and so for the next 11 years, I won't get another raise. I'll just continue to take pay cuts with my insurance. So instead, I will ask you for a fair contract. So all those pictures of me showing up with signs that say fair contract in my Facebook memories will finally go away. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Mrs. Armstrong, who's next?
Next is Jen Castle.
All right, Jen. Go ahead.
Hello, President Freitas, members of the board, and Dr. Washer. My name is Jen Castle. Can you hear me, by the way? Great. My name is Jen Castle. I've been a teacher in the district for 27 years. I teach for Delta and UOP as well. I wrote to the board, all of you, several months ago, alerting you to low morale and apprehension among Lodi Unified teachers. We've been through a lot. People keep using that word pivot in this pandemic, and let me tell you, no one has had to pivot more than a classroom teacher. We have turned on a dime several times in the last 10 months to keep learning happening across this district. We made it work really well. So why then has there been so much disrespect heaped on Lodi Unified teachers lately? I have examples too. Teachers have been maligned on Lodi Unified social media pages. We've asked Chelsea to remove unkind, untrue words blaming us for distance learning, but the comments remained. We have heard these same board public comments during these same sessions. We've heard that we could be replaced by Costco workers. No one said a word in our defense. And now these middle school department chairs, they've been showing up for over a year now. It's embarrassing. It's shameful. They deserve those stipends. This is an inherent disrespect that's been allowed to parade in this district recently in a way that I have never seen in my 27 years. Our stalled contract issues are central to this disrespectful stance. The TA has been voted down by teachers twice. To refuse us COLA on the salary schedule while the reserves are bloated and federal money is again on the horizon is simply disrespectful and dishonest. 4 board members, the retired teachers on this board, acquired automatic COLA several months ago by the state. You didn't need to negotiate, submit proposals, write letters, submit articles to the newspapers, beg, vote, revote. You didn't have to do any of that. It was just automatic. So now an impasse situation might drag out for months. It feels deliberate and manipulative. This is not how you treat valued employees. This is dreary and disheartening in a year that has already been so emotionally draining. The teachers are disappointed and angry. I'd like to think that this district can do better and be better with how it treats its employees. The 1,700 Lodi Unified teachers carry this district on our backs. We ought to be treated like we matter by the parents, the community, and this board. Please have some respect for the job we've done and the job we continue to do every single day. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. Ms. Armstrong?
Next, we have Jen Vasquez.
You're on.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me? Good evening, President Freitas, Dr. Washer, and members of the board. I also, like many other speakers, want to speak to the issue of our COLA and settling our 2019 contract. It seems unbelievable to me that we are still trying to settle a contract from 2 years ago that the district received our COLA for already, and they are holding it in reserve. We have worked very hard, especially this year, and been especially flexible, creating lessons, learning to do assessments online, and it just seems that the harder we work, it doesn't matter. Our healthcare insurance has gone up, as other speakers have said, and we deserve the COLA that was given by the state that was meant for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jen. Who's next, Ms. Armstrong?
Next, we have Ed Samara.
All right, Ed, you're on. Okay. All right. Tammy? Just Tammy Smear? Very good. Tammy Smear, please.
Unmute it. You told me to register the thing I had registered.
You're registered. We're hearing you.
Ed, I believe we can hear you. So, do you want to move on to the next?
Yes, why don't we move on to the next, and then if Ed recontacts us or Tammy, we'll be happy to take either one of them. Who's next?
Jenna Gonzalez.
All right, Jenna, you're on.
Can you guys hear me?
You bet.
Excellent. Good evening, Dr. Washer, President Freitas, and members of the board. My name is Jenna Gonzalez, and I teach 6th grade at Podesta Ranch Elementary School. I deserve the COLA that the district already received on my behalf before the pandemic, as do all the teachers who worked during the 1920 school year without a contract. It's time for Lodi Unified to do the right thing. Please stop telling us you appreciate us and respect us, and show us. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenna. Ms. Armstrong, who's next?
Lori Johnson.
All right, Lori, you're up. Okay. Next, please.
Next, we have a Rebecca Pisano.
Rebecca, we're ready for you.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
You bet.
Okay, awesome. Good evening, President Freitas, members of the board, and Dr. Washer. My name is Rebecca Pisano, and this is my 8th year teaching at Creekside Elementary School. Each week, I spend my entire Sunday planning lessons, updating Google Classroom, grading, and then updating parents through a weekly newsletter. I usually top my 5 top steps to help children each week. This way the parents can be prepared. In the spirit of time, I offer 3 steps to show that you care and value your teachers. Number 1, include us in your decisions. You have decided to offer this digital academy. There are no structures in place, no idea where these teachers will teach, no idea on the process. You offered this in the transfer posting for teachers with no information. What teacher would transfer to an unknown position? Certainly not me. Number 2, pass on the COLA to your employees. Due to the health insurance increases, I effectively make 22 cents more this year. My health insurance has raised 88% since I started here in Lodi 7 years ago. Number 3, negotiate a fair contract. Don't threaten last best offer for a fiscal year that has already passed. We already said no twice, and as the details within the offer contract do not reflect respect for our profession, come back to the table. We'll be ready to talk. Thanks.
Very good. Okay, Ms. Armstrong, who's next?
Next is Richard Volstead.
Okay, Richard.
Richard, you seem to be self-muted. Next, we have Brandy Dilaba.
All right, Brandy.
Hi,
Go
my
ahead.
name is Brandy De Alva. I am a parent in Lodi Unified School District. I have 5 children.
Hi, Brandy.
Hi.
Welcome to tonight's meeting.
Thank you so much. I avidly pay attention to the board members and your meetings, and I really am trying to understand the budget. And I do understand that we are in a crisis, but I did a little research. I was comparing teacher contracts in Lodi Unified with neighboring school districts. And at first, it looks like it's pretty comparable until we work into the health benefits or the lack of coverage for the teachers. And it appears to me that my teachers are being paid less than teachers in other school districts because of that. And that makes me concerned because I want the best of the best for my children. And that would mean that we would have the best teachers in Lodi Unified and treat them as such. I'm not sure where the disconnect is between the board and the teachers union. So I'd like to know individually where each of you stand on this. So it's simple. We'll do the Zoom thing that teachers have been doing with my students, a thumbs up or thumbs down. Mr. Nexted, do you believe the teachers should have a raise, a COLA raise? Thumbs up or thumbs down?
Hi, Brandy. We would love to comment, but unfortunately, we could only comment on board agenda items. So we would be happy to answer your emails or speak with you on another time, but we cannot take a poll of the board. That would be in violation of the Brand Act. So.
Okay, can I ask for opinion then, not a poll?
No, I'm sorry. There's no comments that are allowed during this public comment. It's your chance to address the board, though, and we do appreciate you doing it. So.
Okay, then I would like to address and strongly motion that we treat the Lodi Unified teachers justly and really consider the struggle that I'm hearing a lot of them are going through with a cut in pay because they have not received the cost of living pay. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Brandy.
No further comments.
We would like to thank everyone who commented tonight and everyone who is attending our board meeting. At this time, I'd like to start our year with the president's statement as to where we are and where we would like to go in the next year. First off, I want to thank my fellow board members for giving me the honor of serving as board president this year. I know we have many challenging issues, and I thank Mr. Nava for his leadership. I also thank my board colleagues for their dedicated efforts to thoughtfully consider and discuss critical issues before making decisions. I assure our community that we will continue to commit the time. Does someone want to take this phone from me? Mr. Porter, could you put it in the bathroom, please? All right. Anyway, I assure our community that we will continue to commit the time, effort, and energy needed to serve as trustees. As we start this new year of board service, I want to share my priorities as president. At this time, make no mistake about it, our #1 priority is to bring students and staff back to our campuses for in-person instruction. When we know there are so many complex issues surrounding this, I know there are so many complex issues surrounding this effort, but I am confident that we can work out the real issues and eliminate the distractors. I also know that when students do come back to schools, many will need additional academic and social emotional support. As a district, we must develop systematic procedures to identify and meet student needs. We also know that some students excelled with distance learning, and we will take our learnings from this experience to improve our programs for all students. I applaud staff's efforts to keep our focus areas on reading by third grade and preparing students for secondary math. District staff has done amazing work. Coming back to an in-person format is a long anticipated transition, and that one that will require extra care in determining the needs of each student. I want Lodi USD to have a renewed focus on student success in order for students to master grade level standards and feel connected to schools. Secondly, the state budget environment and declining enrollment are surfacing as major concerns. We are relieved that we're able to avoid budget reductions for this school year, and next school year appears to be stable as a result of the board's continued diligence with fiscal matters. However, there is a strong possibility that in preparing for 2022, the 2022-2023 school year, we will need to make significant changes. The planning starts now, since one negative certification from the County Office of Education, or God forbid, state receivership, will drastically reduce this board's ability to provide services for our students. It will take away dollars from our classrooms. As president, I want to make sure that we are well prepared in advance to do all we can to keep as many services in place for students. We will closely watch the developments of the governor's proposed budget and vigorously advocate for increased public school funding. Third, working together. Throughout this year, we have experienced extremely difficult situations, including but not limited to the health pandemic. Members of our Lodi Unified School District family have expressed different views on serious issues. We all enjoy the rights we have to express our opinions, share ideas, and engage in debate. I want to ensure that each individual feels comfortable in sharing their views and that all views are expressed in an appropriate and respectful manner. As a district, we can get through these challenges by working together. We will seek our community's opinions through surveys, focus groups, committees, and other opportunities to address and provide other opportunities to address the board. You can be assured with each issue, this board will listen, carefully consider, and make decisions based on what is best for our students. Our kids not being in school because of a global pandemic, combined with a fiscal perfect storm of the 3 Ds, declining enrollment, deferrals from the state, and deficit spending, would seem to be an insurmountable challenge for the Lodi Unified School District. But hope is on the horizon. New vaccines are becoming available. The governor's proposed budget has positive elements for education. But our biggest resource remains the talented women and men in our district who have already overcome unthinkable and insurmountable challenges. I think the word used tonight was pivot, and who, working together with this board, are ready, willing, and able to provide all of our kids with the exceptional and outstanding educational experience they so richly deserve. I look forward to the year ahead. I look forward to working with each and every one of you, and I thank you for this opportunity to serve all of our Lodi Unified stakeholders, especially this board and our children. Thank you. Also, as part of tonight's president's message, we've created a new award, and this is going to be the President's Award. And what we would like to do going forward is recognize outstanding efforts from our students, staff, alumni, and the community members who exemplify service to the community, leadership, and personal growth. And tonight is no disappointment. We have 3 award winners. Our first award winner is Trudy Burt. Trudy is a second grader from Irma B. Reese Elementary. She's a road runner. My wife was a road runner. My grandson was a road runner, but that had nothing to do with her being chosen. Trudy put together a program in which she was asked and challenged to come up with an idea to solve a need in her community. And she realized that animals at the care facility were cold and did not have blankets for Christmas. So she was able to raise money. She worked together with as part of the ACT project, she worked together with, excuse me, I have it right here, with Redemption Church, and raised funds and created this. If anyone knows my family, we know that we care greatly for animals, and we greatly appreciate you doing this, Trudy. This was a very caring and kind way to spend your holiday, and you will be the first recipient of the President's Award, which I have your copy here. You will be receiving shortly, and it does recognize you for this outstanding development. Also, we'd like to point out that this was part of a program that was conducted at Irma B. Reese, where many different students, 17 in all, were challenged to raise this type of awareness and do good things for the community. And many outstanding things were done part of this. So thank you, Irma B. Reese. Thank you, Trudy Burt. And I believe we have Trudy and her mom on the line. Ms. Armstrong? And I misspoke. Her project, which was a special day for animals at the shelter, was sponsored by Radiant Life Church. And we thank Radiant Life, we thank Reese Elementary, and we thank you, Trudy.
Colleen, you seem to be self-muted.
Okay. If we were able to get a hold of Colleen and Trudy, Colleen is Trudy's mom, and who also did her part. She made sure that each dog at the shelter had a bending bone. Thank you very much for doing this, and congratulations on being the first recipient of the Board President's Award. Our second recipient is Ann Suela Garcia. And Ann committed no small feat to earn this award. She figured out a way to raise almost $9,000 for Thanksgiving, in which she purchased over 500 turkeys, which is about 6,500 pounds, from the Food for Less store, and donated those to the Emergency Food Bank of San Joaquin for a turkey giveaway. 500 families in our community had Thanksgiving dinner thanks to Ann. Ann, as everyone knows, is a kindergarten teacher at Julia Morgan, where she does an outstanding job. And she was recognized in the paper for her hard work. And I'm really excited to recognize her for doing this. Not waiting for an organization, she went and did this on her own. She, I believe this is the third year that she's been doing this. And after buying the turkeys, loaded them up and, with a group of friends, and took them to the food bank. And I got to tell you, seeing a need, taking action, and carrying out the plan was very, very impressive. And we like to recognize you, Ann, with the as a recipient of the President's Board Award, and offer you congratulations. Is Ann available?
Hi,
Hi, Ann.
I'm back. Thank you so much. It's really just my joy to do this, and I am only as good as all the people that donated, and more hundreds of people from Stockton, from Lodi. I get people sending me money from all across the United States that just want to help just by social media. And this year it just exploded because of the paper did an article, and I only did the article because I knew it would help us get more money for the people that needed the food. And then at Christmas, we had so many turkeys. They didn't want more turkeys, so we collected $3,500 to buy fixings, and we did that. So it's not important to be recognized. It's just important to meet that need, and I just thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Well, we thank you, Ann. This caring about your community is all about, and there's no secret, my mom was everyone's first grade teacher in Los Banos, and what you do for your community and raising their kids and this giving back, and of course you and your gang should be very much recognized and are greatly appreciated. Congratulations, Ann.
Thank you. It's my joy.
Very, very, very good. All right, and our third winner tonight is Deborah Ladwig. Deborah's been with the district since 2007, and has outstanding work in the assessment, research, and evaluation analyst for Lodi Unified. But more importantly, she is the retiring president of the CSEA Executive Board, positions that she's held for 6 years, and after 4 years before that, being the vice president. When I was very new to the board, Deborah sought me out, and I've always found her to be exceptionally pleasant, a vigorous advocate for each and every one of her members, and without a doubt did a fantastic job for each and every one of her members. We are recognizing you, Deborah, tonight with a President's Award, which I should have put in proper order, but I didn't. Thank you very much for your service to the district. Thank you very much for all that you've done. And congratulations on your retirement from the presidency. And we wish you many more excellent years. So, is Deborah available?
Deborah, it looks like you're self-muted.
I'm indicated as unmuted. Can you hear me?
You're unmuted
okay.
Now.
Okay, excellent. So thank you, President Freitas and members of the board. It was my distinct pleasure and honor to serve the members of CSEA, and I just thank you for this recognition.
Well, that's very nicely said. And we will miss you as the CSEA representative, but please always feel free to comment and let us know, because I know all the board members greatly appreciate your insight, your advice, and all that you did. So thank you very much, Deborah. And congratulations on being tonight's third Board President Award winner. These board certificates will be mailed out shortly. Expect them. So we would love to hand them out in person, but the pandemic has other plans in the meantime. Also, if you or know anybody that is deserving of recognition, please feel free to reach out to me or the Executive Board Assistant, Ms. Michelle Armstrong, and we would look forward to recognizing all the individuals that do such an amazing job for our community. And that was a very long presence message, and I thank the board for indulging me in this tonight. Other comments from the board? Does anybody else have comments for the board? I know I took quite a bit of time.
Mr. Freitas.
Yes, Mr. Neely.
I'll be real quick about this. First of all, I want to thank you very much for your message to the board and setting the priorities. I think you've got a good handle on things. And it's going to be a tough year, but it's going to be a good year. We're going to turn this thing around. We're going to get back. I'm a little concerned about our governor and his message. We have a February 16th deadline coming up in order to get some extra money, and we're going to have to really pull together everybody in order to meet that. And so that should be pretty interesting. I want to add one of the priorities, and I think we need to keep this going, is we still have an achievement gap, and COVID hasn't done anything to erase that, except not allow us to look at them because we don't have any testing data to look at that. We're not going to for a while probably, but we need to keep that in mind. We've got an achievement gap, some of our Title I schools, that we need to continue to look at. I don't want to slack off. I want to keep on moving on that, and I want to keep it in front of everybody for their attention. That's all I've got. Thank you, Mr. Freitas.
Thank you, Mr. Neely. Other comments from the board? Ms. McFarland.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge to Leonard Kahn and his staff that we got our, Mr. Freitas and I got our recognition, or our confirmation, I should say, of the first interim budget report, and we had a positive certification. So thank you to your team. I know how hard you worked, and everyone in your team works as part of the budget committee. We sit in those meetings and I'm awed by what they do. They also cautioned us to avoid multi-year commitments, and that was concerning to me. And we're hoping that the governor can do something to change that direction for us. But again, I want to thank you for your work on that, and thank the County Office of Education for that positive certification. Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you, Ms. McFarland. And I join in those comments, Mr. Khan. Mr. Porter?
First of all, I'd like to congratulate the winners of the President's Awards. I thought that was done very nicely. And anytime we could recognize our employees and students, that is outstanding. So a lot of congratulations, Mr. Freitas, for doing that. And it was really nice touch to your opening night as president. The thing I would like to do is welcome back everybody. I hope that you're all healthy and happy. This is a new year, and as Mr. Neely said, a very challenging year, but I am completely confident because everybody here in this room and within the district has passion for us to succeed, and that's important. I do know that the board always wants to emphasize children and the safety of those children and their education. And the second part of what our board likes to do is recognize our employees. And of course, we want them to be healthy and surviving and moving forward both economically and with proper health insurance. There's a couple things I want to point out though that the board, when we make these decisions, we need to have good reflection on. And one was when we were starting to go to distance learning, we brought in a call center to Las Vegas. We have not heard any facts on the call center or the results of that. And I do know that the teachers and librarians and librarian staff did a lot of technical work in helping people, the technology department and helping parents. And I do believe a lot of that could have been troubleshot through our own individuals here instead of outsourcing it. It's important for us to keep our monies within the community. And instead of looking quickly to outsource, why not we look at our own home and see what we can do here first and solve the problem. The other area is the tutoring that we just passed over a month ago, even though it was an $80,000 item, which was, quote, not a lot of money, but it is to me, that is going to affect individuals in ASP. If kids drop out of ASP tutoring within their individual classes and go to the call center or the Princeton Review, those teachers then will lose, because they have to keep their numbers up, their tutoring opportunities, and that's extra money for them. So that's something we need to look at. I do know that a lot of teachers were willing to set up hours at different times, and they never got that opportunity. And finally, Point Quest, it's on the board tonight. We're taking $1 million out of our budget. Is there things or items there that we can do in home? Or are we just so quickly ready to outsource our monies, again, which are few and far between right now, very scarce? Are we so ready to outsource that and not take care of those issues in home. Some of those things, of course, are court mandated, and we're very handcuffed in what we can do. But there's a lot of things there that I think that we make it look at and may be able to do ourselves if we need to hire new people or maybe add more duties onto others and pay them more. I just like to see more of those money stay within our community and especially within our employee group. So again, I'm very excited about the beginning of the new year with the board. And again, I want to congratulate Mr. Freitas on his presidency and what he did to recognize the individuals. That was very nice. And those are the things that we need to do more of within our as a board group. So thank you and good luck this year.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. Any other comments from the board? I have a couple brief. We're good. All right, Mr. Nava, I'm sorry.
I was just going to compliment you. Now I'm not.
You better compliment me.
No, you know, everything you said on your president's message, my gosh, well put together. And that's what we need to do. I'm waiting for the time that we can get these kids back into the classroom. That's so important. Oh, there's all kinds of news reports on the science about it, regardless of whether you're in deep purple or orange or red or yellow or whatever the case might be. We need to have these kids in school. And I know that 2021, there will be an opportunity to get these kids back in school and get a full, get them again. I think that they're not a year behind because these teachers do an excellent job on the distance learning, but they will be behind. Some of them will be behind, especially on our lower income students that we have in Title I schools. And I know Mr. Neely knows all that because he's taught on some of them. But we are hopefully that we will come back, and the recommendation of the governor seems to be pretty good in giving us some dates as to when we can bring the kids back to school. So I'm hoping at that time that everything will be all right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nava. And I know together as a board, we can accomplish anything. And so much of this is the work that you started last year and the leadership you showed when the pandemic first hit. So thank you very, very much. Mr. Cadet, you're it, if you have anything.
Oh, you talk, was that, I didn't hear the whole thing there. No, I just want to say I'm looking forward to getting back as normal as possible in very abnormal times. So I'm just trying to look forward and getting people back and kids back in school, back on the fields, and make it like the good old days a year or so ago.
Very well said, Gary. Thank you very much. Just a couple of comments. Yesterday, we enjoyed a day of service, and I'd like to take a moment to reflect on the significance of the day that we dedicate to Dr. Martin Luther King. On August 28, 1963, the march in Washington culminated with Dr. Martin Luther King's famous "I Have a Dream" speech, a spirited call for peace and equality that many consider a masterpiece of rhetoric, and rightfully so. And that culminated, standing on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial, a monument to the president who centuries earlier had brought down the institution of slavery in the United States. He shared his vision of a future which this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of his creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. And think about this for a second. 250,000 people showed up peacefully, passionately in support of change. They did this on the right day, at the right time, at the right place, and without social media, without cell phones. And because of the leadership during this civil rights movement, critical legislation to end segregation was enacted by Congress. Also, the speech and march cemented Dr. King's reputation at home and abroad. Later that year, he was named Times Man of the Year. In 1964, at the age of 35, he became the youngest man to receive the Nobel Peace Prize. In the 11-year period between 1957 and 1968, he traveled over 6 million miles and spoke 2,500 times, appearing wherever there was injustice, protest, and action was needed. And meanwhile, he wrote 5 books as well as numerous articles. In addition to his efforts to promote social justice, Dr. King's legacy includes a call to service. That's why the holiday honoring his life is the only federal holiday designated as a national day of service. Throughout our nation yesterday, Americans were volunteering their time and talents to serve their communities as tribute to his life work in serving others. And think about it, in the 15 years, how much we have accomplished based upon his goals. And isn't it a shame that he is not here to see how his goals have been enacted? And he's not here to direct us to what we have and what we can accomplish more. So as the public education organization, Lodi Unified recognizes the contributions made by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and joins in his vision. One day we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. And I would hope that the board would join me in approving a resolution against discrimination and a commitment to recruiting minority candidates in the Lodi Unified School District, providing mentorship to them, and help them seeking positions to provide opportunities for minority students to learn about education as a career and opposition to discrimination. I challenge my board members to follow in Dr. King's step and quickly enact a resolution to this effect, helping to recruit minority staff and to also assist minority students in the great accomplishments and with the goal that Dr. King had in mind. Also, last week, our legislative committee was able to meet with newly elected Assembly Member Carlos Villalpudua. And we had an excellent conversation, Dr. Washer, Mr. Neely, myself, our CSBA representative, Steve Reed, and Lee Nevis. You may recognize Steve and Lee as our consultants in the Yes on Measure U and great friends of the district. And Assembly Member Villalpudua also is an outstanding friend of the district. He oversees over 20 of our schools. He cares greatly about our children and our accomplishments, and we look forward to his offer of an ongoing relationship with him in accomplishing great things for our kids, including providing and continuing the outstanding continuing CTE, continuing technical education courses and opportunities that we're providing to our students. And thank you, Assembly Member Villalpudua, and for reaching out to us. And we look forward to ongoing discussions about this. Also, during our conversation, Assembly Member Villalpudua is sponsoring a bill to assist our families and our teachers of Lodi Unified. This bill recognizes that it is an outstanding burden for kids to go to school and to buy school supplies. It's quite a burden for our teachers to buy school supplies. And he came up with this outstanding idea that we should be able to assist in that. It's not unusual for $1,000 to be spent for elementary school supplies, almost $1,300 for middle school, and almost $1,700 for supplies for high school students. So the bill is still in the works, but I would ask this board to endorse a resolution that would support the non-payment of sales tax for school supplies bought by teachers and parents for kids that are going to public schools. This is a great idea, and I know it doesn't solve all the problems, but it definitely will provide a little relief to individuals that greatly need it. So with that, I have no further board comments. Does anyone else have any further board comments? Yes, Mr. Heberly.
Thank you, Mr. Freitas. I too am looking forward to not only the culmination of this school year, but the start of the next school year. I'm hoping that 2021, we see students in-person instruction as quickly as possible. We hear all the time about how important that is. And I'm sure you've heard my little soapbox about the terrible consequences of distance learning in the social aspect. And it is extremely difficult through the marathon efforts of our teachers to get all the kids cradled in the advancement of the academics that they need. And hopefully, again, we can get back into in-person instruction as quickly as possible. We do know that there's going to be quite a few hurdles to that. But again, if we at least have the can-do attitude and try, then I think we'll have a much better chance for success. One of the ongoing problems also is all the mixed messages that we're getting from the state of California budgetarily. In one hand, we're saying, well, yes, we're going to do this, but then we're talking about deferments, and then we're talking about, we're deficit spending, and it's extremely confusing. So there is got to be some more clarity on this. Right now, where the governor's proposals are, they're actually an idea because the legislature has not acted upon them yet. That comes later in a few months. But somehow we've got to stabilize the funding for schools in the state. We cannot keep having this swing of up and down. You have money, now you don't. You have it, now you don't. It makes it very difficult to predict where you're going to go, because they could pull the rug out from under us at any time. So yes, we do need to spend the money that we get for our students this year on our students. And we do need to take care of our employees. It's just that timing and stability of our messaging and actual money are critical for public education. So I'm just hoping that a lot of these things, as mentioned before, smooth out during 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abbey. Any other comments from the board? Seeing none, let's move on with our agenda. We have our comments from our students' representatives. We have Emma Glanville from Bear Creek High School and Haley Escorpiso from Ronald McNair High School. Do we have a volunteer to go first? Thank you, Haley.
Hello, thank you, Mr. Freitas and members of the board. Good evening, everyone. I'm Haley, and I'd like to share McNair's report. So we know that our students have been feeling very overwhelmed with remote learning, and our leadership has been working very hard to try and come up with different virtual ideas for our school. One of the things that we were able to do was our Comfort Corner event. We had our conflict mediation, link crew, and student government all collaborate to create this event where students were able to join a bunch of different Zoom rooms, such as we had a karaoke room, we had a mental health check room, an Among Us room, and a few others. And it was just something small that we wanted to give to our students. And we also have a new event with Valentine's Day coming up. We wanted to remind our Eagles that they are loved and recognized during these times. So we designed digital Valentine's Day cards for them. And at the moment, we're still hoping to try to make physical copies that will be available for students to pick up when they take their ID photos on campus at the beginning of next month. And lastly, our student government is currently working on plans for a virtual multicultural project in March. Usually we would have a huge multicultural rally and have our students dress up in like their traditional attire, but instead we're going to try something different. The cultural clubs at our school are going to have the opportunity to create a unique video and spotlight their cultures that will be shared through our social media platforms. And that's pretty much it for our report.
That's fantastic, Haley. Mr. Nava?
I think that conflict mediation that they have is great. They're offering some programs for school students that are actually, it's a tough road to hoe when you're on distance learning. I have some grandchildren that tell me that every day, so I know. Good job.
Yes, thank you, Haley. We really miss seeing the high school football and all the great things that McDare does, but we would appreciate your report tonight. Emma, how are things going at Bear Creek High School?
Hello, board members. Thank you for having me tonight. Can you guys hear me okay? Yeah? Okay, perfect. Things at Bear Creek have been good. For our activities and programs, we've been brainstorming as a class little weekly activities we can do. We're trying to change it up with the quarters and semesters and not do the same thing all the time, just to give students a little bit of that excitement and not know what they're going to be expecting. And we're posting just little things like little surveys on our Instagram, just things to keep them involved and in touch. Our school's also doing Wellness Wednesdays, which is where the student is presented with opportunities to have a mentor that is like one of 4 different adults that work at our school. Our student government has been working on planning an alternative international rally. Most likely it's going to be something virtual because our clubs have been practicing and working in groups to come up with some sort of performance to have. We're just trying to get the details worked out because everything's a little rigid with what we can do. We're also working on a Valentine's Day gram event where students will have the opportunity to buy somebody a Valentine's Day gram. It being one of 3 different things, was our brainstorm being like a rose or a box of chocolates or a little teddy bear. And me, as well as the ASB Vice President, Elliot Fry, are working with one of the teachers to help personalize the WASC survey that the school puts out, just so that we can help them personalize it to what students are needing in regards to motivation and mental health and how they're doing with school all around. Other than that, our student government is holding regular meetings. We've been working on our GoFundMe event, as well as make sure that our main priority is keeping students motivated, involving our community, and making sure students just feel in touch with the school. Other than that, that's about all we have going on because we're just working on getting into the quarter and establishing what we're going to be doing.
Just a highlight, actually, Emma, you guys are starting some sports on Monday, I understand. They're allowed to have golf and certain other sports. Mr. Palmquist, what are the sports that are allowed on Monday?
Thank you, President Freitas, members of the board. Mr. Nava, actually, our county is still in a position where we are unable to begin the competitions because of our county status. However, the CIF has put out some guidelines for purple tier, except when there are regional stay-at-home orders. And so we are working with our schools to make that happen as soon as possible, but it is something that is countywide.
I was misinformed then because there are some schools that are doing that. I know.
Mr. Nava, you are accurate in
Some of
the
them
county or in the state CIFs. Certain sports have been identified under purple tier. It's just the regional stay-at-home orders have a special impact on them.
Okay. And I hope that you can get all these youngsters back into the fields and gyms and the courses and all that kind of stuff in the water, so we can have some relationships there with camaraderie and building character and all the things that sports bring to our school.
I agree. Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Knopf.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Nava. Thank you, Emma and Haley. We know that you all have a lot of homework to do to get up early for that distance learning tomorrow. So we appreciate your comments. You're welcome to stay on the board meeting. And if you have to go, we also understand that also. But thank you for your wonderful reports tonight and keep up the great work. Moving on in the agenda, we have board organization follow-up. At our last meeting, we failed to reinstitute the board safety committee. I know this is a very popular committee, and we would like to see this continuing on. So, Mr. Heberly, would you like to remain on that committee?
Absolutely. I would request that I stay on the committee.
Thank you, sir. And Ms. McFarland, would you like to stay on the committee?
Yes, I would also like to stay on the committee.
Great. And I will appoint myself as the third member of that committee. So very good. Thank you, all, Mr. Heberly and Ms. McFarland, for joining me on the committee.
Okay. What is the committee? What's the objective of coming out with this committee? I know it's a safety committee and it's very important, but what are the objectives of it?
That is a good question because we do have a district safety committee. And this can be mixed into that, those issues. However, that's not the main focus. The main focus of this committee is kind of the safety of our facilities, kind of like the hard safety type things. It's also to make sure that if needed, we have the proper drills and training and so forth. Also, we want to eventually get to the point where we start looking at policies of how we have things structured and are they working well? Let's say like PBIS and those kinds of things. How is that being implemented and those things? And basically, for me, as I see it also is not only safety for the campus as a whole, but safety within the classroom. We have a lot of things in place already with our REMS.
Very good. All right. Thank you, Ms. Abbey, and thank you, Mr. Nava, for that question. All right. Consent agenda A, routine business. Does any board member wish any items to be pulled from consent agenda A? Does anybody from the public wish any items to be pulled from consent agenda A?
No one.
Mr. Freitas, I move that we approve routine agenda A.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Nava, for your motion. Thank you, Ms. McFarland, for your second. Did we lose both of our students? I did. So I think their student comments going to be very brief. All right. Call for the board vote. Mr. Knaxat,
Aye.
and we have Mr. Heberly,
I'll try it again. Aye.
Mr. Neely,
Aye.
Mr. Nava,
Aye. Aye.
Mr. Porter,
Aye.
Madam Vice President,
Aye.
and Mr. Freitas, aye. Motion carries 7-0 for consent agenda A, approving all 10 items. And the other action items, we have item OAI1, resolution for 2021, the hiring of short-term classified employees, Mr. McKilligan. Dr. Washer?
Thank you, Mr. Freitas, members of the board. This is a time when we are preparing for a need. This is short term to do a specific task. A lot of it has to do in areas that require extra attention at certain times of the year. So we do bring these to you. I think we've been doing it every year for a few years anyway.
Very good. Thank you, Dr. Washer. Any comments from the board?
Mr. Freitas, I move that we approve this resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Nava. Thank you, Mr. Porter, for your second. Any comments from the public, Ms. Armstrong?
No public comments.
All right. There is no student vote, so call for the vote. Mr. Knaxted,
Aye.
Mr. Heberly,
Aye.
Mr. Neely,
Aye.
Mr. Nava. Clerk of the board, Mr. Porter.
Aye.
And Vice President McFarland.
Aye.
And President Freitas votes aye. Motion carries 7-0 for OAI1, short-term hiring of classified employees. OAI2 also is hiring of short-term classified employees. Dr. Washer, I imagine it'll be the same information. Any comments from the board?
Mr. Freitas, I move we approved. I know these are different categories as to the first resolution, so I move we approved 2021-02.
Thank you, Mr. Nava. Thank you, Ms. McFarland, for your second. Any comments from the public? We have no student comments, and I'll call for the vote. Mr. Knaxted,
Aye.
Mr. Heberly,
Aye.
Mr. Neely,
Aye.
Mr. Nava,
Aye.
clerk of the board, Mr. Porter,
Aye.
Vice President McFarland,
Aye.
and I vote aye. Motion carries 7-0 for item OAI2. Item OAI3, a resolution for 2021-03, the Richard B. Russell National School Lunch to establish a farm-to-school program. Mr. Khan.
Thank you, President Freitas, members of the board, Dr. Washer. The Russell National School Lunch Act grant is a $5 million annual grant that's doled out to school districts pre-K through 12 on a competitive basis. This resolution authorizes staff to pursue this grant. Estimates are we will request somewhere in the neighborhood of 50,000 and we will have to match accordingly. I would like to thank Chelsea Von Geer for her leadership on this, and certainly Mr. Avalos and especially Mr. Till at Plaza Robles. This has been a 2-year labor of love for Mr. Till. He's gone through several iterations, at one point even considering an aqua farm for raising fish. And we've finally arrived at a greenhouse to grow our own vegetables to go into student meals. So I'd like to thank Mr. Till for his perseverance and his hard work on this. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. And thank you, Mr. Till, for your hard work and your innovation in this. I think agriculture is very, very, very important. I'm very excited to see that this resolution is going forward. And also, thank you, Chelsea. It wouldn't be a board meeting if we were not thanking Chelsea, and that's very much and very well deserved. for your writing of this grant. So any other comments from the board? Any comments from the public? Seeing no student comments, I'll chair and entertain a motion.
Mr. President, I move we approve resolution 2021-03.
Second.
There were a lot of seconds coming from a lot of places today, and I'm sure Mr. Everly was first. I call for the vote. Mr. Connexted?
Aye.
Thank you. Mr. Heberly?
Aye.
Mr. Neely?
Aye.
Mr. Nava?
Aye.
Clerk of the board, Mr. Porter? Vice President McFarland?
Aye.
I vote aye. Item OAI3 carries 7-0. Declaration of obsolete textbooks. Geez, Mr. Neely, we would have no obsolete textbooks if we were on a digital system. Is that correct?
Absolutely correct, Mr. Freitas. And you know what? The books we do have would be absolutely up to date as well.
Without a doubt. So, but anyhow, Dr. Sally, it's all yours.
Thank you, President Freitas, members of the board, Dr. Washer. Yes, this item is brought forward to declare some textbooks obsolete so that we may properly dispose of them per ed code. These are now excess due to the board's adoption of science programs last spring, as well as world language programs last spring. So we simply recommend you declare these obsolete and we will properly dispose.
Very good. Thank you, Dr. Sally. Comments from the board, Mr. Neely.
Thank you, Mr. Freitas. Dr. Sally, what is properly disposed of?
We are able to offer these to book resellers. Typically, though, these copyright years 07, 08, they have no need for these. On occasion, a book that might be 5, 6 years old, we might get $1 or $2 from a book reseller. On occasion, a private school would be willing to accept them, and we would be donating those at that situation. I've run into that with the diocese and a couple of other schools in the past, or simply they become recycling for paper waste.
Got it. Okay. Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have.
You have a motion, Mr. Neely?
Mr. Freitas, just a little quick question here.
Yes, Mr.
Because
Nalva.
These are 2015, the conceptual in physics, and then the one that's a Spanish native. Well, those are pretty new textbooks. They're already obsolete for us?
Well, the new adoptions were in February of last spring, and at the time, the world language programs determined typically an adoption cycle is 7 years. So these are within that window, and they may certainly have been of use. I mean, the language is still relatively consistent, but new strategies and resources are in the new programs, including with the new programs, often digital access and digital resources are available that weren't back in 2015. So I would say that this was in line with a typical adoption 7-year cycle, or very close at least.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sally.
Thank you, Mr.
second the
Nava.
motion. I second the motion.
Well, since no one's made the motion, I guess you get to, unless you only want to second it. I was asking for a first, but I don't think I got it from Mr. Neely.
Mr. Freitas.
Thank you, Mr. Neely. And thank you for your second. Being properly moved in second, are there any other comments from the public about this, Ms. Armstrong? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and proceed with the vote. And Mr. Connexet?
Aye.
Mr. Heberly?
Aye.
Mr. Neely?
Aye.
Mr. Nava?
Aye.
Clerk of the board, Mr. Porter?
Aye.
Vice President McFarland?
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion for item OAI4 passes 7-0. Personnel matters, Mr. McKilligan.
Mr. Freitas, routine personnel matters are presented for your consideration.
Mr. President,
Yes, Mr. Dodd.
I just want to make a comment on the 24 retirements and about 5 resignations. That's about right, isn't it? Yeah, okay, well, I'll move that we approve the personnel matters.
Thank you, Mr. Nava. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Beverly.
You have a comment?
Very good. Motion been probably moved in second, and we'll have a public comment, Ms. Armstrong.
Yes, I have three.
Very good.
First is Dana Nelson.
Okay, Dana, you're on.
She's no longer on. Next, we have Michelle Orgon.
Hi, Michelle.
Good evening, President Freitas, again, and members of the board. I just
Good
wanted
evening,
to point out, thank you. Wanted, as Mr. Nava pointed out, we see 24 retirements and more resignations. And as I have spoken before, you know, we should probably be asking why members are leaving and resigning or retiring. I hear on a weekly basis from members that they are wanting to leave Lodi Unified and look at other districts. I ask that we pay careful reflection on these personnel reports, especially the next couple of months, because I fear that we are losing some highly qualified teachers and personnel that would otherwise stay if our salary and benefits could compete with other districts. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Michelle. Ms. Armstrong, who's our third speaker?
Next, we have Amanda Lynn.
Okay, Amanda, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me? This is new for me. Wonderful. As stated, my name is Amanda Lynn, and I am a teacher at Millswood. I recently shifted career paths from a successful administrative role in higher education, and I was compelled to make this shift in hopes of experiencing greater and more tangible impact on the lives of youth. While an exciting salary was never my objective, and I intentionally left a career which promised one, I am disheartened by the apathy of the LUSD board. Not only have they failed to validate teachers' daily efforts under normal circumstances by withholding the 2019-20 COLA funds they were meant to shepherd to teachers, but especially so in the context of distance learning. If ever there was a time to retain the talent in which you have invested, it is now. Attrition through failed strategic talent management is a most expensive and avoidable tragedy. LUSD is not financially competing with neighboring districts, and for many years has not had to because of its strong reputation. All that said, have they perhaps made the assumption that they will be able to maintain their ability to retain and recruit talent in spite of their apathy? Is there perhaps a blind spot in their strategy? From a public relations perspective alone, as it relates to how much they value their teachers, and in turn value the students that those teachers have access to every day, it would seem wise that they redirect from pretty words of flattery and gratitude to instead expressing through their actions that Lodi Unified is in fact blessed to have such big-hearted, hardworking, community-centric men and women committed to educating our local youth. LUSD has been well positioned in this regard, and I hope that they will take the necessary steps to secure that position for future generations. The first action you might consider is to disseminate the COLA funds with which you were entrusted to help your employees remain financially secure. Perhaps we need to stop using the COLA acronym and instead keep it in our consciousness that these funds are meant to help teachers keep up with the increasing costs of living. You have instead opted to store those funds away to offset any potential threats to the district when in fact your employees' security is being threatened right now. Please offer very tangible budget items or concerns that are more important than your teachers' financial security if you maintain your position to not disseminate the 2019-2020 cost of living adjustment funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. All right. Any other comments from the public?
No further comments.
Any other comments from the board? We have a motion then and a second. A motion by Mr. Nava, a second by Mr. Heberly. We'll go ahead and proceed with the vote. Mr. Knackstead?
Aye.
Mr. Heberly?
Aye.
Mr. Neely?
Aye.
Mr. Nava?
Aye.
Clerk of the board, Mr. Porter?
Aye.
Vice President McFarland?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Personnel matters carries 7-0. Dr. Washer, are you prepared for your report? You want to take a quick break or what's your pleasure?
I'm okay. If board's okay. It's up to you.
I think we are ready to go. So very good. We have a report, Dr. Washer, on the government's proposed plans and Safe Schools for All plan and the trailer bills. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, members of the board. I'm going to share information about the governor's proposals. In particular, the focus is on in-person instruction grants. We'll highlight some of the other things too, but this seems to be the most immediate for your attention. I want to emphasize that this is a proposal, and we all know that there's a process involved in that, which involves the legislative bodies. So this is not a done deal. We were hoping to have some information this week about any movement in any direction about the governor's proposals. Hopefully we'll have something soon because as we'll share that this is a very tight timeline that he's proposing. If we just go to the executive summary, what the governor is proposing is a method, a phase-in method for a return to in-person instruction at schools, really at the elementary level, that this is focused on the elementary level. And to be eligible to apply for the grants, they are using the average case rate for COVID-19, and it needs to be below 28. I've also seen below 25, so there may be a correction that needs to be made there, per 100,000 people per day. Our county, our area is well above that at this point. On January 12th, there was over 70. I have not checked recently on an update, but it is well over 28. So we wouldn't, Lodi Unified, if interested in this, would not be able to start in-person instruction at this point with the status of the health pandemic. There are 2 dates for submitting grants, and there is a package of material that needs to be submitted on either of those dates. And the difference with the dates is not just in timeline for starting in-person instruction, but it's in the amount of money that a district would receive depending on the application date. If a district were to apply by February 1 and have everything in place, the funding level would be $450 per ADA. There would be some adjustment for grade span adjustment, actually in the positive direction, more money adjusted for grade span adjustment and LCFF supplemental concentration percentages. And it would be a phase-in approach to in-person instruction, starting with the younger grades and moving up to the older grades. And that would need to start mid-February. There's a March 1 date. If a plan is submitted by March 1, the dollar amount goes down slightly, $337.50 per ADA. There is still more money for grade span adjustment and the concentration percentages, but it is less than the February 1 date. So there's an incentive to start earlier. There are some things that need to be in place and submitted with this proposal if you're going to pursue the grants. We would need a COVID-19 plan submitted to the County Office of Education. And I've listed the things that need to be included in that plan, a lot of which is already in place because we've had to have a plan in place already, but there are some differences that we need to adjust for. And I'll talk about some of those in a little bit. We would also need to make sure that we are in alignment with the school guidance checklist from the California Department of Public Health. This is a new document that has come out for school guidance. So we would need to review that and make sure that we are in compliance and have everything in place for that checklist. We would need to show proof that we have agreements with our represented employee groups to move forward with this in-person plan from the governor's proposal. And we would need to guarantee that students who are going to stay on distance learning, because that's the family choice, that they have an electronic device and internet service in order to participate in distance learning. So for if a district wants to apply for the most money and applies on February 1, the in-person instruction would need to start by February 16th for those groups that are listed there: special education, exceptional needs, fostered homeless, students without digital access, and the lower grades, transitional kindergarten through 2nd grade. If a district were to submit a plan by March 1, then March 15th is the date for not just those groups, but all students up to grade 6. So it's not a phase-in approach at that point. By March 15th, whether a district applies February 1 or March 1, all of those above groups and all students up to grade 6. So we go to the next slide. I'll go ahead to the next one. So this is based on the Safe Schools for All plan that the governor proposed, and it establishes the program to incentivize districts to provide in-person instruction. It can be a hybrid model, any form of a hybrid model where students are in groups and they come maybe certain days of the week, not all days of the week, for a shorter amount of time is fine as well. And these are the criteria that needs to be in place. We need the plan, we need the labor agreements, we need to meet the timelines for in-person instruction. Testing, COVID-19 testing is a critical aspect of this, aligned with the California Department of Public Health cadence. And it differs depending on the tier status of the county, with more testing, more frequent testing for the purple or deep purple tiers. And also there are some requirements that actually we are working on now when there is an outbreak at a school site or school closes. We need to certify the technology. Go to the next slide. So here's a little bit more about the funding. Our estimate for the February 1 plan submission would be a little over 15 million. Our estimate for the March 1 planning would be a little over about 11.5 million. So that's the difference between the two, and those are estimates at this point. The funds, there is flexibility in the use of the funds, but it must address the needs related to in-person instruction. So we cannot use it for distance learning purposes. The intent is to provide support to schools to do the in-person. Next slide. So here's a little information about the safety plan. We need to follow the directives of Cal OSHA, California Department of Public Health, the checklist. We need to stay with our current efforts as well, our PPE, case reporting, and other measures that we already have in place. Those would get revised to meet those other requirements, but we wouldn't abandon any efforts that we already have in place. Next slide. Testing, as I said, is a huge issue for all districts. We are all working on ways to get this in place. Asymptomatic testing, Mr. Khan and his staff have been diligent in trying to find resources for us. There are some couple of options that we have that we're looking into, taking place in the pilot program that the state is working on. It is acknowledged in the documentation that the requirement for testing really does depend on the state's ability or the state's promise to help schools with the testing and provide funding and provide the system so that we can have the tests, get them sent back to the labs in a timely manner. We had something set up, but actually it still is in the works in terms of getting, I guess, pop-up type sites, testing sites that are at least 10 or 12 of our school sites we had identified. We were ready to go, and then the lab got backed up. The process got congested because of all the need and requirements. And so that effort has been stalled, unfortunately. So we are trying to divert into other options as well, buying from different companies and working with the state on their pilot. So this is something that we know we have to do now, regardless of the grant or not, but different types of requirements with the grant effort. So next. So here's just again the timeline for the February 1. You can go to the next one. Timeline for the March 1. The governor also, this in-person instruction was actually part of the trailer bill for the budget language. He also, there's also included some elements that have to do with reporting and requirements for public health requirements. It includes adhering to Cal OSHA and California Public Health. Also, the governor is proposing a program to help mitigate learning loss, a pot of money that will help districts fund programs during the time, the summer months when school ends before we start the next school year. So we're looking forward to hearing more about that program specifically because we want to be able to gear up with any of our efforts quickly and be ready for that. So hopefully something will come into play, whether it's his proposal or a modified version, that there will be funds specifically available for that summer time, that summer break time. So next, at the end. So at this point, we are looking for the board to see if there is, if you have any questions, any comments. We know that the timeline is very short. If there's any interest in pursuing anything, especially that February 1 date, looking for board direction, if any, if this is something you're interested in. We would need to get to work pretty quickly. The planning, I think that we have our plans in place. They would need to be modified to make sure that we meet all those requirements. The agreements with our employee groups would need to be in place, and the board would need to adopt a resolution acknowledging this effort and moving forward with the grant. So open it up for board comment and question.
Thank you, Dr. Washer. This is absolutely outstanding. I believe, like our first priority, that I am full support of us do everything we can to get our kids in school as quickly as possible. And I know this gives you absolutely next to no time to do to accomplish this, but I believe you'll have my full support in doing this. And I would propose that we have a meeting next Tuesday to approve the resolution that you will need to accomplish the board's obligation to this. And I have no doubt that you're going to have the full support of the board of doing this. Between February 1st and March 1st, obviously, is a huge difference in the amount of work that's going to be done. But I'm sorry, this is very, very important. We need to go large or go home. And I am all in favor of the February 1st deadline with the opportunity to get kids in our classroom on February 16th. So that's my feelings. Comments from other members of the board?
Mr. French.
Mr. Porter caught my attention first immediately.
I apologize.
And I'll come to you next.
This is an outstanding proposal by the governor, but remember now it's a proposal. I'd like to see us as a board, and we use the word tonight, we've heard the word once from a teacher, once from our board president, pivot and become proactive. I'd like to see us jump on this, follow our board president's lead along with our superintendent, and if we need to do extra time, do it, and do it quickly to be a part of this. Now, of course, the legislature still has to act, but I'd like to be us ready to go, and to use a sports euphemism, suited up and ready to play. So that's kind of my status on this. I think it's a great opportunity for Lodi Unified and for getting our kids back into school. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. Mr. Neely?
Thank you, Mr. Freitas. Can we go to page number 2? It's actually the first page of the executive summary. Starts off with the top line, says eligible there. Dr. Washington, do I understand this? It says eligible to apply for in-person instruction grants when you're below. So are we saying we're not eligible to apply until we hit that point?
Thank you, Mr. Neely. This was one of the pieces of clarification that has recently come in. Yes, we can apply. We wouldn't be able to start. So thank you for pointing that out. if we get in line and everything's ready by February 1, but we're still in that health pandemic status where we can't start, we're put on hold, so to speak, so that when we do get to the point where we can start, we're ready to go.
Do we still get the full $450?
With the higher dollar amount, yes.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
All right. Is this money, and this is just for my curiosity on this, but is this coming out of this year's budget? Is that the governor's proposal? I mean, this seems kind of funny to me that we're getting an opportunity to apply for a grant here when they're deferring our regular funds.
Yes, Mr. Neely, this is coming out of next year's budget, and it is unusual in that the governor is asking for action ahead of schedule. So it's my understanding that there is a hearing this Thursday at 10:30 in the Senate Budget Committee. So there may be some information after that, but the governor is asking for action ahead of time of the regular budget development process.
Well, this is interesting, and also having worked with the legislature the last 8 years, them passing something by February 1st to approve this, that's a long shot. Now, having said all this, I totally support this, and I think we should move ahead, and we've got to, I just think, I'm asking for us to be kind of realistic in our expectations of this. All right, that's all I've got. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Neely. Mr. Nava?
Mr. Freitas, let's test the waters, whether it's February 1st, see what happens. I know George is concerned about that. So am I, but let's get the game plan anyway on the 26th, Tuesday, and present the game plan, and let's go for it and see what's happening, because we need to have something prepared in order that we do get the grant and the legislature passes all this, then we're all set.
Thank you, Mr. Nava. I agree wholeheartedly with all the comments brought by my board members. Mr. Haberly?
Thank you, Mr. Freitas. My first reaction when I saw this is, well, wouldn't that be wonderful if? And as I was reading it, I keep thinking the short timeline and all the things that have to be done within that timeline. My second thought was, is he really sincere, or is he playing a political game? Well, I'm sorry, I have to say it, but that aside, this is a proposal. There's a lot to be shaken out, even at the state level. There is legislative action, and you heard Mr. Neely about legislative action sometimes kind of takes a while. However, all of that being said, I just feel from the bottom of my heart that we have to try for the sake of our students. And it's like, well, nothing ventured, nothing gained. So yeah, I think we have to try to go for this. And if, let's say, things don't fall in place by February 1st, well, okay, there's a fallback point to March 1st. And in either case, having our kids in in-person instruction is a positive thing. So again, I hope it can happen. There is a reality, but we have to try. That's my idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haberly. Vice President McFarland.
Last but not least, I think this is a pie in the sky dream, and I think we go for it. I love some of the components of it. I would like to know where the money is going to come from, since they deferred most or a portion of our money. So I kind of scratched my head on it. So maybe he's got a secret pot of money that we just don't know yet. But I would like to see if we get the money, what we would do with the money. And I think that's a very transparent component of a piece of this, for lack of a better word, program, to see what we would do with it. And I think that's important for all of our constituents to know what we would do with that 450 or 337. And if for some reason this falls a little short, at least we're moving in the correct direction. And this is what the governor is proposing. And I personally would like to be on the train headed in this direction to get our students back in school. I think we have no option but to try to go for this. That's where I sit.
Very good comments. I agree. Mr. Knudsen.
Well, my comments are very similar. This is a real massive undertaking. It makes me cringe to think about the amount of work that our staff is going to have to go through to get into this. But if we don't get in the race, you know, if we don't compete, we can't win. So I think we have to try for this. I also echo, I think Mrs. McFarland just mentioned that I'm not sure where all the money's coming from. I mean, the money that everybody thinks we have has been deferred from the state already. So you know, it's mind-boggling. It's massive, but we have to do it. I mean, we have nothing to lose. We have to get in the race. We have to compete.
So, Dr. Washer, would you like a formal show of hands as the board direction about proceeding on the February 1st deadline to have kids in school on February 16th?
Sure, that would help.
All right, could we have a show of hands if everyone's in favor of that? And it is unanimous. And to assist you, I believe the board is also will support a special meeting on Tuesday. And that would be for a time to be determined, so that you would have less work. And this is a single item meeting. What does law require us for posting an agenda?
24 hours for a special meeting.
So would anyone have any objections to staff posting the agenda, say Monday, close of business? Is that the 24 hours?
Yes, I'm assuming the Tuesday meeting would be around 6:30, somewhere in that time frame. So as long as we post by that time the day before.
Well, and to give staff the tools they need. Without a doubt, we're sending them on one of the toughest missions that we've sent them out in quite a while, with one of the shortest deadlines. And right, Mr. Neely, what they say in the military, if it's tough, it takes a long time. If it's impossible, it takes a little bit longer. And
yeah, the Navys had something like that. Yeah,
almost.
Close.
My brother and my dad were.
Okay, that's what it is.
Go ahead. I stepped all over you. I'm sorry. What was it?
He used to say the difficult we do immediately, the impossible takes a little bit longer.
Well, I appreciate staff's enthusiasm in taking this on and carrying out this board's directive. And we look forward to the results. And please, if there's anything we can do to help make this happen, please do not hesitate to know. So with that, do you need anything else on this report item, Dr. Washer?
No, I don't need anything from board on this item. We will do what we can and bring it back next Tuesday.
And just a lot of caffeine in the meantime. So anyway, thank you for the excellent report. You're exactly right. Comments from the public? We have two, I believe. Ms. Armstrong.
Yes, first is Kimberly Freeberg.
Okay, Kimberly, you're on.
Thank you very much. I have just a few questions as a teacher here in the district. What are the plans for substitutes, being that we know that we have a shortage? Can anybody answer that one?
Dr. Washer?
Mr. President, members of the board, I need to ask our speaker substitutes in regards to when we return to in-person instruction. Is that what
Correct.
you mean?
Yeah. If we take our our questionnaire and we have to then stay home, and get tested, do we know we don't have a lot of substitutes right now? So do we have a plan to get more substitutes, or do we have a backup plan? We used to just shove them into another classroom, and that's not an option anymore.
Kimberly, that's a great question. Would you have any problems if we answered that on Tuesday?
No.
When staff gives that a little bit of thought?
The other question is, do we have our desk shields that were said were on order in November? And then how quickly would we get the results from the COVID testing in the district?
Very good. Mr. Khan, I see your position, your mic and unmuting, so.
Thank you, President Freitas, members of the board, Dr. Washer. We're still awaiting deliveries of some of the desk shields. We have everything else, the air purifiers, we have 3.7 million pairs of gloves, hand sanitizer, face shields, masks. So we're ready. I'm sorry, I forgot the second question.
Oh, I just asked how quickly we would get the results from COVID testing in the district.
We're working with the Color website, which is working through Valencia Labs right now. They're targeting a 24-hour to 48-hour turnaround.
Okay, thank you, members of the board and Dr. Washer and Mr. Khan.
Thank you. Questions, we'll get back to you on the substitutes on Tuesday. And testing, that would absolutely be fantastic. If we could set up testing sites as soon as possible and make that available, I'm sure the board would greatly appreciate that. And I know the difficulty of them doing it, but please make that happen like you all do so very much. Our second public comment, Ms. Armstrong.
Next, we have Michelle Orgon.
Okay, Michelle, you're on.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, President Freitas, members of the board. In looking at the summary, yeah, I believe that the guidance on that first line was changed to 25 per 100,000 in the governor's guidebook. I know that, as I think many of you have said, and it's been mentioned, that the legislature does have to negotiate this. There are several other assembly bills that are being discussed, such as Gonzalez's AB 104. I look forward to a board meeting. I wonder, President Freitas, if are we doing this as a general regular meeting where something's being presented? Are we doing like a study session roundtable? Are we including comments? I really see there are some issues in some of the COVID situations that have come up in the last few weeks. Losing staff members and students is hard, and some of the reporting has not been as timely as some of us would like, and there's still questions on what does this mean. So educating our staff as to the risk that they're taking coming on school sites. So I would hope that we would open it up to more dialogue with bargaining units, and so we can share with you what we're hearing from our members on the front line, especially about testing, especially about returning and working. I can tell you, it is heartbreaking hearing a member say they can't lift their head off the pillow to teach, and their principal has called them to please open their Zoom so they can start teaching and then someone else can take over. It's earth-shattering that that's happening. We have had members that have gone in and got tested and tested negative, and then 2 weeks later are testing positive, and they're waiting to get a hospital bed and there aren't any available. So I, along with all of the teachers in the district, want to be back in the classroom with students. But as we've talked about safety plans, and definitely there is the new checklist where some of the safety plans may need some revisiting. I still have members saying they'd like transparency and principals to share what has been developed with their whole staff. So maybe through President Freitas, Dr. Washer can direct all principals to share out what has been developed so that members can then give input right away before this Tuesday board meeting and get back to the association and their principals about what might work or might not work, knowing that these safety plans will have to be fluid. There are going to be things that we are not going to expect to happen when we bring students on campus. And, it's kind of earth-shattering to think that, we have 2 schools that are closed currently and only staff members were on site. So while this February date looks, oh my gosh, I can't tell you, my members are just wringing their hands to see their students live in person, but we also need to make sure that everything is in place. And as Kim said, desk shields still haven't come in. And as we were talking about starting special ed, my special ed teachers messaged me that whole week. We still don't have these things. So a real check and balance of what's in, and have we checked with the person on the front line that it's in place and ready to have students, and real thorough discussions on all of these key points. As the governor's guidance is 50 pages, there's a lot in it. And, there's a lot to a district with 53 school sites that are varying in size and their student population. So I would ask that bargaining units are part of the conversation and open like a study session. And I am concerned for my members and our students and mitigating any loss of anyone.
Thank you, Michelle. We definitely share in your concern. And maybe to answer your first question, this is not going to be a 2-second rubber stamp meeting on Tuesday. What we see this is, it would be a discussion going forward as to the aspects of this with the presentation. And the input from all the bargaining groups and from all the shareholders, the stakeholders in the district is invited. Like I said earlier tonight, we value your input, we need your input, and we look forward to having it on Tuesday. So thank you, Michelle.
On a separate question, President Freitas, can I ask before Tuesday's meeting, as the preparation for the presentation is done, will we be reaching out to different bargaining units on some of these pieces?
Yes, we will.
Thank you.
Dr. Washer. Thank you, Michelle. Anything else, Michelle?
That's it on this report item. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Ms. Armstrong, that concludes the public comment.
Yes, no further comments.
Very good. Dr. Washer, you got your direction. Anything else that you need from the board on this report item?
No, if you do have specific questions that you want to make sure we address, if you could email them to us, that way we're as prepared as possible for Tuesday. We'd appreciate it. Thank you.
That's great. That would be very helpful. So I encourage board members to forward their questions to Dr. Washer. We have a second report item tonight. We are shortly past 9:30. I'm sure the board does not mind that if we proceed on this, especially one as important as this as to our social emotional support for students. So seeing no objection and hearing none, Mr. Palmquist.
Thank you, President Freitas, members of the board, Dr. Washer. Tonight you're going to receive some information about social emotional supports for students, in particular a tool called a universal screener, and then a playbook of supports used to address the things that are identified from a universal screener. What we are asking for is some board direction tonight with the idea that we would bring this item back for action on February 2nd. Tonight, presenting a presentation able to answer your questions, we have our SELPA director, Paul Warren. We also have our coordinator of school climate and compliance, Aisha Bryce, on the line, as well as a counselor, Erica Contreras Suarez. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Palmquist. Mr. Warren.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
President Freitas, members of the board, Dr. Washer, again, thank you for this opportunity to discuss a proposal for an identification and intervention tool for students with mental health issues. Social emotional well-being of students is, of course, a big concern right now and will be as we return to in-person instruction. As you guys are aware, depression, anxiety are a major concern at this time. Staff has identified a means to address students' needs and provide support using a research-based universal screening tool and correlating supports and interventions. These two tools will also help us to address target areas in a, excuse me, in a mandatory California Department of Education plan. I'm going to go ahead and turn the time over to Aisha, and she'll provide some more details. Aisha is a coordinator who oversees counselors, and she'll provide some details regarding these proposed mental health tools.
Good evening, Board President Freitas, members of the board, and Dr. Washer. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. As Mr. Warren stated, hi.
Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. As Mr. Warren stated, that our students need some support, and we've identified an area because students may not be able to articulate their particular needs, nor will self-identify the needs of support. So through the opportunity of utilizing a universal screener, it's a tool for self-identification and can assist staff in the identification and factors, symptoms related to mental health or social and emotional distress. The screener utilizes valid and reliable measures that are nationally normed. It is a quick 15-minute screener that will be able to identify strategies to implement to support specific students with areas identified from the screener to increase their level of social emotional competencies. So looking at tier 2 and tier 3 supports. Next slide. That was the universal screener slide. Now, the universal screener covers 3 main domains, which are student skills and competencies, student supports and equity and wellness. So that screener would be able to cover those 3 domains and be able to allow counselors to see specific areas where students may need some additional supports. And that's where the next slide comes in, where we have our playbook. The playbook is an opportunity for our counselors and support staff to utilize a library of evidence-based and research-backed SEL resources as listed on the right are some of the CASEL-approved partners with Panorama. So again, after students take the short 15-minute universal screener that could be administered individually or with groups of students, it could also be presented in a student's native language. Counselors would be able to utilize that data from the screening and Panorama will be able to pull up and cluster specific tools and strategies to support students through these various levels of partnership. So that playbook has all of those resources available for our counselors. The next slide. So we've identified our comprehensive coordinated early intervening services, our CCEIS, which is a federally mandated plan. Lodi Unified currently has a plan to address disproportionate suspension expulsion of African-American students. So this tool will assist staff in identifying high-risk students. As you know, there could be a correlation between a student's level of social emotional needs and how they may present those in a behavioral standpoint. The playbook will provide easy access to a wide range of interventions that aligns to student-specific needs. So our target schools under the CCIS plan will be Ansel Adams, Creekside, Manlio Silva, Wagner Holt, Delta Sierra, Bear Creek, and Ronald E. McNair. The next slide. So the recommendation is that we partner with Panorama for the Universal Screener, their playbook, their project management and professional development, to be used with counselors and other support staff at our CCIS identified schools. This is for a year of partnership with Panorama will cost $23,750, which would be directly supported with CCIS funds. And we would love to be able to come back and present at a further board meeting of progress of implementation. Are there any questions?
No, Aisha, very nice presentation, and this is amazing that for so little money, we can get so much and help our kids, especially in these very dark, difficult times. So thank you very much, Paul, Jeff. Other comments from the board?
Mr. President.
Mr. Neely.
A couple questions. First of all, I'm sorry, I've got to go back over here to my copy of this thing. How did we come up with these target schools? Were those given to us, or did we develop?
The target schools were identified based on reviewing our data in terms of discipline and vetting that and having conversations by looking at all our overall school data. Those were the schools that had the highest disproportionality in terms of their suspension and expulsion of African-American students.
Okay, so this is the program that you're purchasing, right? You want to purchase. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And is it only going to these target schools, or is it going to everybody? I'm sorry, I missed this, I guess.
So the proposal that we're presenting is to start with our target schools because we were able to identify a direct funding source, but we will gladly take the board's lead in terms of how to proceed.
Is it some reason that all the target schools are the North Stockton schools?
It would be those specific 7 schools: Ansel Adams, Creekside, Silva, Wagner Holt, Delta Sierra, Bear Creek, and McNair.
Okay, I know, I've got that here, but I'm asking, is there a particular reason we went with all North Stockton schools and there are no Lodi schools there?
Because those are the schools that have been identified through the data collection and a review of our data that meet the qualifications of disproportionality for our suspension and expulsions of African-American students.
Okay. And
So-
are we, you're pretty confident in this program?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Jeff, come on here when you want, buddy. All right, so why are we limiting it to this number of schools then?
I think that we were making this determination. We have this plan. This money has to be spent to address this issue. We wanted to start small and bring it to the board with the intent that it could be used potentially as a pilot, maybe for something bigger, or but again, we had to focus on this group to address this plan. And we knew that this would be a useful tool in addressing the issues and targets of this plan. But I don't think we're opposed to going broader.
No, if you believe in the product, if you believe in what it does, then maybe we should look at that. And I guess this is just a report item, so you really don't need anything from the board on this. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Neely, members of the board, we can bring you information about what it would cost to expand this to the whole district and what funding source that would come out of. So we would like to be able to bring this back for action, and we can share that information with you as well at that time.
I'm fine with that. Thank you very much, Dr. Washington. That's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Neely. Mr. Heavily?
Just to confirm, the 23,000 is for all 7 schools?
That is correct.
Okay, and this is only for African-American students, no others?
No, this would be for all students at those sites.
Very good. Okay. And we chose the sites as a district. They weren't chosen for us by a third party.
That is correct.
Very good. Okay. So yeah, I could see us looking into this and seeing, you know, how well it worked, and, you know, expanding it next school year if that would be or the year after, if that would be well, worthwhile, I guess, because a lot of times you don't know until you actually get into it to see if, well, yeah, it sounds good. It certainly has potential, but does it work? And so I think this would really help us to see just how well it does work. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, President Freitas. My only real question is, how would this work in conjunction with PBIS? Because is this a tool that's going to accompany that, or is this going to, I just want to make sure that we're not sidelining if there's a student behavior problem or a teacher is having a situation and they're in a PBIS contract, so to speak, and then we decide to implement this over PBIS, or would they work in conjunction?
They would work in conjunction. I think it would. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Warren. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that this would be a great complement to having that data shared from the screener with the PBIS team. So it would be a complement. It would not be in any way a conflict. It would just give all of our teams who work and interact with students the opportunity to see maybe a particular student is struggling with a specific area, say emotional regulation. Then it would give the counselor some tools so that they could work with a group of students on that particular skill set. If they need to pull in the whole team and sharing some data with the PBIS team, it gives them that opportunity to have a broader conversation, so more layers of support for students.
Well, and the other piece is PBIS is a framework for intervention, and these are interventions that could be built into that framework, providing level or tier 2 and tier 3 interventions that would fold into PBIS.
Great, thank you. My other question would be, is this going to create more work or streamline for in-class teachers? Because sometimes what we think is fantastic creates more work for someone. So I want to make sure that this is being administered by the proper people and not something else that's on top of teachers to handle.
Yeah, and that's something that we were really thinking about. So, I mean, this is something that could be administered by a variety of different school staff. It can be done individually, it can be done in groups. So, I mean, this is something that could be administered by the counselors, for example. So, we can determine how we want to use it, but I think that it was intended that it would be counselors and other support staff that would be administering this.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I think this is worthwhile, and I like the idea of starting with 7. Unless there's a school that would like to jump in on it, I think it's a fantastic option. Thank you for bringing it to us.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. McFarland. Any other comments from the board? Seeing none, public comment? Ms.
Yes.
Armstrong?
We have one, and it's Michelle Orgon.
All right, Michelle.
Thank you, President Freitas. If I could ask a question through you two, I guess, Mr. Warren, I believe, I know that I believe we have 2 other pilot SEL programs that are being piloted right now in the district. And I think one of them is Paths. I don't remember the name of the other. From what I understand, some training has happened with the start of Paths, but the other one, we haven't had training. Have we started those 2 other SEL pilots at schools?
That is my understanding that they have.
And are we waiting for in-person training on one of them still?
We did get an update on the caring school communities, and they are coordinating with the vendor so that they're able to provide a virtual support training for that, but our PAVS trainings have started. It's self-guided, but this would be a complement. It would not be in direct conflict with PAVS or caring school communities. It's designed more for our tier 2 and tier 3, where those 2 pilots will be a tier 1 level of support.
Okay, so for clarification, if I understand this, the 2 pilot SEL programs that we have are tier 1 supports that teachers are doing with their students. And this program, oh my gosh, I forgot the name of it already, would be a tier 2 and 3, and counselors would be rolling this out. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is there any reason why we did not go with this for other sites? Did we give principals the opportunity? I hear Mr. Neely's and Mr. Heavely's concerns about no other schools and can we ask other schools? I don't know about, I'm sure the board has heard about the social emotional requests and needs that teachers are seeing out in the field. And I think not to put anything else on someone else's plate, but as you know, we're looking at things going forward, I think that emotional part is key, as we have been in this distant learning for almost a year. So has there been an offer besides these 7, or would that be later brought up to give other schools the opportunity that couldn't take part in those other 2 pilots and have a need?
Mr. Freitas, members of the board, the original thought behind this was to develop the CCEIS plan to support the schools that had that particular funding source, and to put this in the plan. We have heard that there may be some interest in what it would look like district-wide, so we will certainly bring that to you for the next time you look at this.
Thank you, Dr. Washer. And for clarification, I think Mr. Heberly asked the question. This is 23,000 for all 7 sites. It's not 23 per site.
Correct.
Okay. I think that is all the questions I have. My dog is telling me otherwise, so I will mute. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle, and thank you, Michelle's dog. So, all right. Any other questions from the public? Any other board comment? I got to tell you, Mr. Neely, I think you hit the nail on the head on this thing. I think we need to do this for more than 7 schools. And I have absolutely no problems with us doing that, especially if we're talking about 3,000 a school. And what we can identify for, this is money well spent. I'm sure Mr. Khan will find a pot of money that we can take this from, that the state will reimburse us for, because this is that darn important. So anyway, thank you very much for Paul, Aisha, and Jeff for the report, and thank you for looking out for our kids. Okay, we have communications from employee group representatives. Ms. Armstrong, how many do we have, and who wants to go first tonight?
We have 2, and first up is Michelle.
Okay, Michelle.
Sorry, I muted. Thank you. Maybe we should have given the other person first opportunity. Good evening, President Freitas, members of the board, and public. Thank you again for taking the time to listen to some of our comments and concerns. And as my members are feeling frustrated and not respected in many ways, as we rejected the last TA, as President Freitas quoted Martin Luther King, I'm keen on Martin Luther King's comment, quote, from a commencement speech. The time is always right to do what is right. And Leah certainly asks the board to look at a fair contract. I want you to tell you that your teachers are going above and beyond. We are constantly telling our peers to try to turn things off and put down the computer, close the laptop. But I tell you, your dedicated teachers continue to reach out to students, going above and beyond the school day, arranging sessions to meet with students, to open office hours after hours so that they have a time to meet and just talk about anything, but have, a supervised person there to help guide them through their questions of the day, of what's going on in the world, and just what questions they have about life as being a teenager. I want you to know that, when we came to you in March of 2020 and asked for a task force so that all 3 bargaining units plus the district work together to work jointly on coming up with things to diminish anything going forward, this learning loss, as we've heard mentioned. I want to try to, as many of my colleagues are, a growth mindset instead of a deficit mindset. And really, as we move forward, looking at robust interventions that address the whole student. Seeing the presentation tonight, the report item that we just talked about, does bring focus and attention to that. We find that is important, and maybe more important than, say, a benchmark. As we have had task forces look at doing things differently in this district, relinquished to, a feeling of think tank, and that maybe the way that we've done things in the past and empowered our employees in the past to work on things and work collaboratively is important. As we see, the RBET has administrators and teachers collaboratively working together towards common goals and being creative. I have members that feel that they are not part of the collaboration plan. I am personally saddened to ask to be part of the discussion on the Digital Academy. And when my members are directed to personnel to ask about applying for the positions, I have no answers for them, and was told, well, maybe when you interview for the position, they'll tell you what things will be about the position, where you'll teach, how many students. So I find that a lack of respect. I would hope that we would have more collaborative conversations like we did with the bringing of Valley Robotics Academy online. At this point, I do not believe that we have yet to send out a flyer and invite students to sign up for the Digital Academy, which makes my members nervous about applying for those positions when we don't even have a sense of how many students yet are to apply. Tonight, when we talked about looking at the personnel report and the resignations, the leaves of absence, the retirees, those asking about retiring early, I plead with you to really take a hard look, ask members, why are they leaving? It is affecting your membership, the lack of respect and answers that some of them are getting on a daily basis. To focus on this crisis situation that we're in, teachers have you, as I believe Mr. Porter said, they turned on a dime. As we talked about tonight, they've pivoted. It is true, and those teachers have their own mental health needs that need to be addressed. I believe the recent reports due to legislation sending out to members, which I think is very important and valuable, needs to have more clarity, needs to be clear. Some of the messages have come across have been the forms still are having errors. Do we need to train our principals so that we know clearly who has come into close contact? And that is what is important for those. And testing, asking members when they say they have symptoms, making sure that we give them where the testing sites is. Dr. Washer talked about tonight, there were some, they were taken away. Where can we direct them so we know for sure whether or not they're positive or not and how to help them? I think we need to continue to support our students and families through COVID, but also your teachers and other staff bargaining units through COVID. It is a scary and frightening time. And when their administrators are asking them to still continue to do the job, it is heartbreaking. I also want to bring to your attention that no one seems to have been handed the questionnaire to ask before they come to work. The self-assessment that we approved on the illness and intervention plan, the questionnaire that they ask before they come on site, do you have any symptoms? That simple question, making sure they reflect on that each day. Not all members are aware of that. So as we move forward through this next piece and we look to Tuesday night's next board meeting, Leah wants to bring back to you our stalled position with the contract. We were hoping to return to the table, but we're told last best offer. We are disappointed and upset by not even coming back to the table. There are things that did not even involve costs. I can't believe that we couldn't even come to an agreement on no tell days in this time where teachers may need just a mental health day to take a break to be the best serving teacher for their students. We could not see that at the table. And yes, I think we definitely need to show respect for our preschool teachers, compensating them, our earliest learners at the lowest pay, an hourly pay that is divided into 12 months. That's why your preschool teachers are leaving. And at this time, the other additional jobs that they would do live in person, they're not even making those hours. That's why you see an exodus of our preschool teachers. They feel so disheartened and disrespected. And then our department chairs, as you have spoken positively about compensation for them, but when Leah brought language forward, we know it's a few $100,000 for them. As some would say, my predecessor, budget dust. But as we heard at a previous board meeting, we were told that there is $9 million in a budget category to recruit and retain teachers. I think that $9 million in that category could easily pay for preschool teachers and department chairs and go a long way towards bringing somewhat ongoing monies to our members to help them offset the cost of living today. Please consider the letters and emails that my members have written you. I thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Thank you for recognizing the para that worked so many years in our district. And I would ask you to think about all of the families and what are we doing to help bridge the gap of any students or families that are going through COVID, and how are we making sure that their attendance is not reflecting in a negative way upon them, and that we can give them and support them later when the family and students are well enough. But giving them time to go through COVID is important, and having open dialogue and communication is valuable. And as we look at proposals, we know that this has not yet been addressed. And I still hear that members are going to cafeterias to bring food and supplies to our students and families that are in need. Please, what can we do to make sure there is a request box, an information box, a way that our community can reach out to let them know they're doing their best to reduce the spread of COVID how can we as a school district help them and make sure that they're not penalized by attendance, that everybody is on the same page and we can help them through this. And also our members that have COVID, they can come freely speak to anyone that they have it. It's not shameful. It's a virus. We want everyone to know they came in close contact so we can reduce the spread. The numbers are high. We want them reduced. So I ask you, please, with the teacher shortage that we have, do everything we can to retain our teachers and make them a force to reckon with continuing, and not a force that we do not have that's highly qualified that are reaching our youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. And I believe this is the last time we're speaking to you tonight, so enjoy the rest of the meeting. Very good. Ms. Armstrong, who's next?
Next, we have Dean Blount.
Hi, Dean. How's LPPA?
It looks like he has left.
Well, LPPA must be doing just great then. All right. We look forward to talking to Dean soon at a future board meeting and everything else. Mr. Neely, I kind of stole your thunder.
What's that?
Oh, further comments from superintendent?
Sorry, thank you, Mr. President. I know I usually don't, but I just want to make a brief comment because I want to acknowledge Mr. Nava's comments, and thank you, Mr. Nava, for reminding us about CIF. Just want to let you know that CIF has put out a schedule of sports based on the tiers, and the purple sports are golf, skiing, snowboarding, swimming, diving, tennis, and track and field. However, if we are under a stay-at-home order, those cannot come into play. So the January 25th date that was originally scheduled is not going to occur because of the stay-at-home order. But as soon as that is lifted, those are the sports that will be in place. There have been schools that have started things when they are not supposed to, and CIF did issue a letter to all schools in the state about that. I believe it was outside of our area that happened. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Dr. Washer, and thank you for the important information on CIF. Let's get CIF going. Let's get our athletics back on like yesterday. Mr. Neely, the Legislative Committee did meet with Mr. Villapudua. I did talk about that a little bit. Did you have anything to add on as to
I don't
that?
want to add a lot to it, but I want to say that the Assemblyman seems to really be behind public education. He took a lot of time to make that very clear. That's one of his top priorities. So I can see a really good relationship building between the Assembly member and Lodi Unified. He took time to try to understand our district and what our needs are. I was very impressed too with Lincoln Tech. And so he's going to be coming out to see that. So it was a great meeting, and I expect a lot to come out of this as we continue forward. So that's all I've got on that. Thank you very much, Mr. Freitas.
Well, of course, he's a great guy because he was coached by our own board member, Joe Nava.
He talked about what a great guy that Coach Nava was. And I said, obviously, you don't know him that well. All right. Now, he's a big fan of Mr. Navas.
Absolutely. And he is a great guy. And the district is very, very lucky to have him. And I think this is the start of a long dialogue. We have an open mic, maybe? Maybe? I don't know. I know that we met earlier with him with CSBA, and I think he was with us for about 20 minutes. And I want to say he took well over an hour in discussing Lodi Unified with the Ledge Committee. And thank you, Dr. Washer and Chelsea again for making that happen. Any other committee reports or board advisory committee reports? Future agenda items. Mr. Porter brought up a good item about how the call centers are working and was there, could we possibly maybe have a response to that, maybe in an email form, and then we'll decide whether it's necessary to become a report item? Would you be satisfied with that, Mr. Porter?
Most definitely, Mr. President.
Very, very good. Well, thank you with that. Any other items before we go? Better not be, because we have nothing else on the agenda. With that, move to adjourn is granted. Thank you, everyone.
Move we adjourn. Oh, good, beautiful.
Good night, everybody.
Not.